Welcome back to part 5, I guess, already. So it's already tall enough to sit next to me, and it looks like almost functional printer. So today we basically start off where we left yesterday. So we installed the tool head, and we did all the tool head wiring on the back, which is like turned out really neat. Like I'm very, very happy. I accidentally installed the stepper the wrong way. Let me actually just grab that out of here. I installed the stepper the wrong way with the cables basically facing downwards. Yeah, you can kind of see it here somewhere. So basically cables go downwards. The manual basically tells us to do them on top. But because we use this like custom PCB on the back, the original one would have screwed in here and here. That would have squished the cables here, but because we have the custom one, like this works perfectly, and like from the front, it now looks just super, super, super clean. Like you don't see any cables minus this here, but that doesn't count. So that's really cool. One thing I did a little bit of research, and basically in this spot here, you can install a LED on both sides. And that's actually something I want to do. So there will be like a small side project. I ordered the parts, so it's like the LEDs, and I needed like super thin cables because it's like a really thin like cable path on the back. It should be here on Wednesday, so I guess next weekend we can install those LEDs here. And my plan is to use this spare port on the back here, which is intended to be used for the X end stop on the 0.1, but because the 0.2 is sensorless, this is free. And according to my understanding, which might very well be wrong, the two LEDs will draw so little power that we can directly power it off the GPIO pin here. Yeah, so that's kind of like the plan. And yeah, I really like it's standing out a bit to the back, but I mean, it's fine with the back panel. So this is like really neat. I really like it. Okay, let's quickly check the manual in the basically where we left off. Let me quickly fix that. Google Chrome. Where's Google Chrome? I don't see Google Chrome. That's not good. No, it's not here. That is not here. Let me quickly restart Google Chrome. Well, that starts out very well. Here we go. Okay, sorry for that. I was messing around with OBS a bit. Didn't go well simply. Okay, cool. So basically we finished up the toolhead section. So next up is wiring and electronics. Yeah, that's maybe I actually went through that section of the manual. Let me quickly show you what we have parts-wise. So I'm running out of space here. So parts-wise, we have a couple of printed parts, like not too many. So basically, those are the mounts for the Raspberry Pi and the mainboard. We have those two parts are a fan mount for electronics fan. Those parts are meant to clip the electronic onto DIN rails, but I decided to not use them. Like according to the manual, it's optional. So it will just like tape the electronic mounts directly to the back panel. And this part is a finger guard for the PSU. but it doesn't quite fit. So I'm not sure if I printed the wrong part or whether the PSU changed a bit. So I have to reprint this, which means we have to pay attention that I don't kill myself today. But yeah, it should be fine. Then we have the PSU, which is not the one from the official Voron bomb, but it's this Morsan PSU, which comes with the LDO kit. We do have some cable channels, which we need to cut. We have the backplate, which basically goes in between here. Can't quite see it, but that goes in there. Let's actually leave it there. And then we have, of course, cables and more cables, which we will need. We have the Raspberry we will use and the mainboard. And yeah, this is the Picobbilical PCB, which goes up there. That connects to the toolhead PCB. And yeah, that's basically all the parts you kind of have to put in here. Yeah, so let's start with the back panel, I guess. Which also means we will have another peel. So let's and we try another corner. Here we go. Oh, that's not really coming off cleanly. I see if I can save it. Oh, this is not good. Oh, very unsatisfying feel. That was not good. Let's see if we can get this one off in one go. Oh no, this is very sticky. Okay, that's one side. Let's hope this side goes better. Nope, 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 nope. It's even worse. Oh, this is very sticky. Let's try another corner again. No, it's immediately ripping in. It's very flat. Let's just do it like this. Oh, that's painful. This takes way longer than I expected. God. Let's see. This is a very bad peel. And it's like little marks everywhere. Little pieces. finally. Okay, let's get this stuff out of the way. Okay, cool. Finally, let's quickly check how this goes in. So they have the printer laying flat, and then basically it's this orientation. Yeah. Okay. Let me also put it on its back and put the camera up a bit. It's already up. Try to do it like this. Okay, so this means this goes in like this. And we need to align those preloaded nuts here. So one goes all the way up basically. One goes pretty much down. And one goes in the middle. Oh, this one is a bit up. Yeah, okay, so those are aligned. Let's repeat that here. Okay, so these are aligned. Let's see what screws we should use for this. M3 by 6. And then let's peek for next one already. So we skip this step basically because we don't use the DIN cleats. That's basically what it says here. So we can skip those. And then we need to have 4 heated inserts. Okay, let's quickly try to find screws. Like I have way too much stuff here, which does not really help. I also could have pre-searched them basically for the stream. But it would be like it's not something completely new if it would be 100% prepared. So it's M3 by 12. M3 by 8, M3 by 8, 8, 8, M2 by 6, M2 by 6, 16, more 8. It's like always what you don't need. And 3 by 6, but it's only 4. We need 6. So I guess there must be another pack. Here it is. All at the bottom. I should always start searching from bottom to top. That seems to be like the smarter way to do this. So and off it goes. Okay, I lost one, but I'll get it later. So let me actually use my screwdriver. Oh, that's the larger bit still for the front. The mini stealth burner has like 2 screws with larger hex nuts for some reason. Okay, and the last one for the side. See it? Yes, I see it. Here's the lost child. Now we need 2 more. I didn't fully tighten those yet, but I tightened it too much. Because I still need to adjust it a little bit left and right, the panel. Let's go in. It doesn't quite want to go in. Let me check the nut. Well, it should be aligned. Okay, perfect. And let's quickly adjust this side to side. That should be good. I guess we don't have to like hyper tighten those. Here we go. Yeah, that's good enough. And now it really starts like to come together. Like now it's like the back panel is in. That's really starting to look like a real printer. Okay, no, I did not turn on my soldering iron yet. Let's also get some heated inserts while this is heating up. And I'm fairly confident we will need those in a second for the electronics, so let's also get those out. And I think we also need some M3x8, so let's also get those already out. Okay. Printed parts is this one. Let's quickly double check the manual which orientation to put them in from. So we put them in from here from the top. Move that down so I see what I'm doing. I'm not sure if it was like I basically tried to prepare and like put everything here I will need for that step, but it's like so much stuff that I barely have any space left on the table here. I'm not sure if that was the best approach. That's one. That's two. Yep. That's three. And the last one. Looks somewhat okay. Okay. So we don't need to do anything with the mounts for now. And we don't have the DIN cleats. So basically like those clips they mount here would attach to those DIN cleats, but yeah, we don't use them. We did secure the panel already. And we now, exactly, so we could technically mount the electronics to the boards. And then I would go over to the LDO wiring guide here. So we can basically work through this to have the specific instructions for the kit I have. Yeah, let's quickly do this. So it's unboxing time, I guess. So these are the two mounts. They're the exact same for those two boards. Technically, you could piggyback the Raspberry on top of the main board. Is there anything else in here? No. Just paper. And this is the main board, which comes with some jumpers, which we will need in a second. So we have some red jumpers here, and also some tiny screws. Okay, but we won't need those. This one's actually super interesting. So this is a cable that plugs in here, and technically you can use this. So the holes are exactly the same. So you could put this on top with some spacers in between. And then this would plug into the Raspberry GPIO. The other way around, but basically this powers the Raspberry through the red and black cables, and then the yellow and green are RxTX pins. So you can basically communicate, the boards can communicate via UART. This would need some extra software setup, so I'll not do that, because the power for the Raspberry comes from the LDO Picobelly. Anyways, I'm never sure about that name. And secondly, I have quite bad experiences with this. So, I mean, here the cable is very, very short, so maybe it works. But I used, I mean, they're not shielded or nothing, but I used jumper wires before to connect the Raspberry to an SKR Mini E3. And I got random communication errors. So basically I would print for like 3 hours, and then suddenly the print would fail because Octoprint couldn't communicate anymore with the printer. Like just random glitches every couple hours. And then after like, luckily, like I was pointed quickly into the right direction, but yeah, I was really just like swapping out the UART communication to USB, and everything was up and running again reliably. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Maybe Clipper is just handling that better. I don't know. But yeah, I'll try to not use it. Okay, let's get those screws in here. I'll leave it loose for now. We can kind of align everything first. Okay. Oh, it pokes out in the back. Huh. Let's see if that is good. Are there different screws I'm supposed to use here? Let's quickly check the manual again. No, M2 by 10. That's exactly the screw I'm supposed to use. Let's see if LDO has different instructions for us here. Doesn't seem like they mention anything. There's a Raspberry Pi also USB expander. It doesn't apply to us. It's like they basically ship in some version of this kit the Raspberry Pi 0, and then they have this like USB expander, but that doesn't apply to us. No. Okay. Let's use those, and then if it's a problem, like the tape will be below anyways. If it's a problem, I will just like file the tops off the screw. I'm using the LDO kit. Yeah, that's LDO kit. The 0.2S1, I think is the full term. So it's basically one of the earliest from the 0.2 batch, which actually already caused a little bit of trouble. So the Bondtech gear for the extruder is not quite to spec, and I had some issues where the extrusions. So basically this is a 0.1 kit, and then they just put a 0.2 upgrade kit into the box as well. And I had the issue that the extrusions from the main kit were ever so slightly longer than the extrusions from the upgrade kit. It's like 0.5 millimeter. But I mixed up, or like I mixed in one extrusion from the upgrade kit into the main extrusions basically. And that ended up causing massive trouble with the frame not being square. It took me like multiple attempts of reassembling the entire printer until I figured out that like one extrusion was ever so slightly longer. But besides this, like a really, really good kit. Like I'm really happy with the quality of the parts. Like it's all like genuine parts. It's like for example, like the genuine Bondtech gears, but also for example, you get no, I'm lost. I had like something else in mind. Yeah, the Bondtech gears. Except for example, you get the Capricorn tubing for the hot end. You get a Revo extruder, so it's like all like quality parts. It doesn't come with the Raspberry though. Like this one, I got separately. So that's the only thing you really have to get yourself somehow. Okay, let's tighten this a little bit more here. It doesn't rattle around. And one is missing here. Okay, just have to pay attention to not put it like this on the table, and then I will scratch my entire table. That's my first actually. I actually kind of stumbled into that. Like I was looking for a second printer to run Clipper on. I have an Ender 3 that runs Marlin and Octoprint, and I wanted to have something with Clipper. And I was first looking into getting, like I want something small. So I was looking into the Prusa Mini initially, and then basically the plan was to like put Clipper on my Ender. Yeah, I wasn't super happy with the Prusa Mini. Like, yeah, just not really like interesting besides being small. And then I kind of, I mean, everyone saw the CNC Kitchen video with the Voron Zero. And it's kind of like my first contact with the printer. I remembered that, and yeah, that's how it happened. So basically now my Ender will stay with Marlin, and this will be my Clipper test bed. I do not have scissors here, but I do have those. And I really enjoy like building stuff like that. Yeah, I also have the Ender 3 Pro. Like I got it pretty much in the beginning when it came out, so it's like quite a dated machine. Yeah, like I think Clipper is like a really cool system. Like for the Ender now, I needed it. Like I printed all the parts myself, and I needed the Ender to print those parts. And it was actually in a really poor state. Yeah, so I have to file them down somehow. The Ender was in a really poor state. Like it barely printed. Like there was extrusion issues. The main board was kind of like half broken because the MOSFET that controls the fan was burnt out. So basically, I couldn't control the part cooling fan anymore. So what I ended up now is basically I replaced the main board, which was a little bit sad because it was already a SKR Mini E3 V3 in there. So it was quite a good board, but like, yeah, without a fan, not much good. But then basically with Clipper, what I found out is like you can use multiple main boards in one printer, which is actually really cool. So you can basically have two main boards, both connected to the Raspberry, and then you can use the fan header from one main board, and the other main board drives the steppers. I mean, like for me, like upgrading the main board, it's actually like one of the super essential things. So if you still have the old, like the original main board in there, maybe just like try to find like a cheap one of like this one technically works. That's the SKR Pico. But it's also like the SKR Mini E3, which is like a drop-in replacement. And like the printer is super silent afterwards. You have tons of features you can enable in Marlin if you want to stick with Marlin. So it's definitely worthwhile upgrade. Let me quickly get a key file so I can because like that's kind of like not nice. I just filed them down. 1 second, I'm right back. Okay. Yeah, like the speed benefits with Clipper are oh, let me quickly not talk while I do that. I think that might mess up the audio. Actually, let me try if I can just clip it. No, that would break the colors. Okay, that's way better. Yeah, like I actually like not really. I'm not super interested in like printing faster, to be honest, because usually I just start a print and then like it prints like it's done when it's done. Most of the Voron parts I just printed overnight. Like I prepared like a full like build plate. And then I just started like at 8 in the evening, and in the morning it was done. And then like I just popped in the new, or like I took out the parts, like popped in the next plate, and then just printed during the day. And then the evening I just swapped it out again. I think the Pico is a very nice board. The only thing I'm not sure, but I mean, you could check that. Like, I think the plugs should be mostly the same. Like, looking at it, I think that's the same plugs as you would have on the Ender. Because like, if the plugs don't match up, you have to recrimp the plugs, which would kind of suck. But I'm pretty sure like somebody did that before and can tell you if it's the same. Or just look at the pictures of the board and compare it, I guess. Okay, last one, almost done. Okay, that should be okay, I guess. Maybe I need to do it a little bit more, but let's leave it like that for now. Yeah, like the Pico is a very nice board. What I like is it has USB-C. And then also, like, I'm not sure if you were already there when I mentioned, but it comes with this cable here. And what you can do is you can piggyback the Raspberry if you have like a normal sized Raspberry, or the mini, the Zero should also work. So basically you can just like stack them like this. And then this cable goes in the back here of the Pico. And then basically you can just like connect the Raspberry like this. And this is basically what this does. It powers the Raspberry. Plus the green and yellow cables are for UART communication. So basically this will completely link up the two boards. So you just need like a standoff here that you can like basically use one screw to secure them together. And this is like a super neat package. Like the Raspberry gets power from the printer. There's nothing else you need to do. Like you need to configure the UART in Clipper. But it's basically it. And it's like then your complete electronics for the printer, which I find really, really neat. The only thing, I mean, like with that cable, I think it should be fine. I had some bad experiences with that setup in Octoprint. Let me do it a little bit more. This is annoying. So like if you check that the plugs match up with the Pico, I think it's a better choice actually than the SKR Mini E3. Okay, let's make sure there's no metal. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, perfect. Let's be done with that. Okay, let's check the LDO wiring guide, how we glue them in. They start on the bottom, but let's quickly do that part first, maybe, or let's also like let's do what LDO does. Let's start on the bottom. So we prepared those. So yes, so toolhead PCB is already wired up. And then basically this one would be the next step, but I assume. Preparing the power supply. Let's do that. So the power supply, but I assume I didn't see any switch anywhere, so I guess. Oh yeah, it's 100 to 277 volts, so I don't think I have to switch anything here. Then we place the power supply. So they tell us basically to leave 5 millimeters towards the stepper motor, 20 millimeters towards the bottom, and then basically align it all to the left. And the manual tells us to place, I do it in the opposite, but they basically place 2 strips of the VHB tape. Okay, let's do that as well. I'm really running out of space here. Okay, let's do the VHB tape first. I guess this stuff is hyper sticky, so I guess 2, as shown in the manual, should be fine, although mine is a little bit thinner. I guess it should still be fine. Yeah, let me, just for good measure. Just a short, tiny strip in the middle. Okay, so that is prepared. Then let me grab the printer. Oh, you can't. Well, you can't put it on top anymore because we have a tool head installed. That doesn't work, so we have to we have to do it like this. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if I get like somewhat of an angle here. Get rid of those. Okay. So that means we have a little bit different orientation than in the manual. Let me turn the printer around, and we have the same orientation. Okay, so basically they place it here. Let's quickly get rid of this entire stuff here. So they place it here. And I say 20 millimeters from the bottom and 5 millimeters to the top. I guess it does need to be like hyper precise. That should be like, okay, if we should kind of like eyeball it. Let's get that off. That is not cooperating. It's really not coming off. Okay, let me. This is really difficult to get off. Oh, by the way, we didn't have music. Ha! The music was missing. Okay, this is annoying. So today, like, the build just wants to annoy me. First the screws, now this. I'm not sure if there's a trick to that. No, this is like absolutely not coming off. Okay. 1. Yeah, okay, no. Okay, not sure if it was me or whether it was tape, but that was annoying. Okay, I think this is like a one-time thing. There's no way we get this off again. So let's make sure to align this properly. There we go. So this is in. Then we need to cut this here. So it's specified to be, yes, I have a problem and I have a BL touch, but I think it's somewhat broken. Because like now printing the Voron parts, I had an issue that every print, my Z offset basically kept creeping up. It was like super weird. So I first thought that like the mount was broken off the BL touch, but the mount was fine. I replaced the mount actually. So yeah. Yes, I have a probe, but it's not very useful at the moment because it's basically just breaking stuff more than it's helping. Let's see. So it's a 90 millimeters twice. And then it's basically angled to fit in there. Let's see. So 90 millimeters. Let's just put. So it's like, I guess we can just cut it here. And then 180 would be here. So it's like, just made 2 marks. Let's see, this should just be snippable here. Yeah, that was already enough. So I just snip the sides and then you can break it. Yeah, but I mean, the idea of the probe is right. Like if the bed goes down, the probe will adjust for it. So you have the Z offset, right, which describes the offset between the probe and the hot end, or like the nozzle, basically. And that seemingly keeps changing. So basically, there must be some movement somewhere that basically like the nozzle is like usually here and the probe is here, and like this seems to move up between prints, and I don't understand why, which is super odd. Okay. So now we have to, I'm not quite sure how they angle that. Let's see if we can kind of like snip it at an angle. So yeah, for me, like the probe, like something is wrong. I just don't know. I don't understand what. That's like one of the next projects. But I might actually like just replace the BL touch at some point because, yeah, I can't imagine what else it could be. Okay, that worked. Let's angle it like this then. But yeah, I'm really curious. Like first I thought it's the, no, this part is a little bit longer. Well, one of those two is not 90 millimeters. I first thought it was like something to do with me printing in a heated enclosure, because I was like printing ABS for the Voron. I thought like maybe like something's happening to the, because like the BL touch mount was like printed from PLA. And I thought like maybe something was off there. But no, like it's just weird. Yeah, the clicky probe is really good. That's also what I heard. It's, I mean, it's very, very stupidly simple, right? It's just like one of those switches. So there's not much stuff. There's actually one thing, like I'm kind of like eyeing at maybe putting like a stealth burner, like the Voron tool had, onto my ender. because the tool head I have there at the moment is really bad. Like I don't like it at all. It's like one I printed sometime like years ago. Don't even know how it's called. It was like really bad. I mean, I also considered like whether the BL Touch has a problem with the heat inside the enclosure. Like it was like not super hot, right? It was like 40 degrees tops, like really tops. But then it wouldn't like it drifted exclusively up. Like it was never that I had to adjust it downwards. It's always up, and like quite a bit. Like I think like initially when I set it up, like now for the Voron parts, it was like at minus 3.6 or something, and at the end I was at minus 4.1. So it was like over half a centimeter that it drifted over time. Which, I mean, I can't imagine how the mechanical parts could have drifted that far. So maybe it's just like the BL Touch is just broken in some way. Not super happy with those parts, but I guess. Let's just make it a little bit pretty. Yeah, so basically my plan is I mean, like also my bed mesh is really terrible. Like I'm not sure I'm printing on a glass bed. Like I have the Creality glass bed. And according to the probe, it's like all over the place. Which I would be very like surprised if the glass bed is like super uneven, because usually like the entire deal of glass beds is that they're not uneven. Yeah, I mean like I'm really eyeing at like putting the self burner on my ender, and then maybe doing just the clicky probe, or like just like some other probe than the BL Touch. It's also quite old by now. Like I bought it like years ago, so maybe it's just like beyond what it's supposed to do. Okay, let's put a little bit of the annoying magic tape. But I think like for those, like I mean, let's just do the full length, but most likely I can just like do 2 little spots here and it should be fine. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the only thing like what kind of throws me off is like that the BL Touch like inconsistently reports the same bad mesh. Like it's not that it's like random in any form. So basically, when you rerun the bed leveling multiple times, like always the same spots are high or low. So that's why I'm not sure if the BL Touch itself is faulty or whether the bed is just bad. But it's also like when printing, like I can confirm that like I have issues that the bed is not 100% even, but then I'm not sure if the problem is not the bed, but that the BL Touch measures a bad mesh, and then basically the printer compensates for the bad mesh, and basically just makes it worse than it actually is. So yeah, the ender definitely needs more love. Like it's way better now. Like right now, I think it's despite the BL Touch issues, I never had it printing as well as it has, or like it's printing at the moment. Like I spent like I think half a week just tuning the prints to make the Voron parts as good as possible. Like also it's the first time I was printing ABS, so there was like a little adventure, but it worked out really well. I think if you have like decent ABS, it's really doable. This is like, I'm not sure if I would like buy this tape if I if I would need tape. It's like I have to really make sure to stick it down. Here we go. Okay, so this goes here. Let's kind of make sure it's somewhat aligned. Okay. I think that's like we have more of the tape for the electronics. So I was looking a lot into different ABS, and I think it depends a bit where you're located. So I'm in Europe. I think like the go-to ABS at the moment is the Polymaker ABS, which seems to be quite high quality. But that seems to be a little bit troublesome to get in Europe. So I ended up with, actually I have the box. Yeah, here. So this is what I use. That's the Voron Futura Titan X ABS. So I have the red and black color scheme. And I actually used, they have what they call Reform R Titan, which is like recycled material from the production. So this spool is 1 kilogram and it's like 30 euros, which is fair. And it printed really, really well. Like I had warping issues all at the beginning. Then I thought like, oh my God, this like really warped badly. I was like, oh my God, this will be so terrible. And then what I put it in the enclosure afterwards. I first like hoped I could print without enclosure. And then I hacked together like an enclosure. And then it still warped in the enclosure, even with like 30, 40 degrees inside. And I relatively quickly figured out that my hot end fan was deflecting air. Like basically like the air of the hot end fan was like pushed down onto the build plate, and that caused the ABS to warp. So that's like, I then kind of like hacked my tool head a little bit together to prevent that. And since then I had zero warping, like literally nothing. Like if I get this like stupid tape off, I can show you a little bit of the parts. The downside of the Voron Futura ABS is they only have very limited colors. So if you have a specific color scheme in mind and that's like very important to you, then not the material you're looking for. Besides that, I can really recommend it. Yes, I also have an IKEA luck enclosure. But like a couple of months ago, I actually tore it down because I never used it and was like super bulky. And it was like before I considered like building a Voron. Luckily, I kept one of the luck tables, so I used it to hack together like a new enclosure. But I was like super stupid because like I literally tore it down like 1.5 months ago or something. Okay. Oh, I'm really not looking forward to use more of those parts. But yeah, like so that's the printed part quality is. You see like there's a little tiny bit of curling in the corner. And that's a texture from the glass plate, which I really like actually. So it looks really nice. And that's like all printed on the ender, and it's like a fairly average ender, I would say. Like there's nothing special. So here it was a little bit over extruded. So if you print those parts, rather under extrude than over extrude, because then like at least they fit together. And the parts, they're always like constructed in a way that they're like supported by screws. So that's like the tool head, and it's like all the ABS. And it's like really, like here you have a little bit of elephant's foot, but like mechanically the parts work really well. And they were like super easy to print. It's like all kind of like I'm more than happy with the parts. I wouldn't have imagined that it was like that easy to print. like one of my main concerns actually when starting this build was like printing and whether like I could make it work, or whether I could like print the parts myself. I was already like pre-looking for like different sources where I could get like printed parts, but like it turned out to be okay. Like you need to tune your printer in the beginning, so like just like you need to spend a day or two just like to go through the tuning guides and just make sure everything is defined. But then it's kind of okay. Like if you have good material, I think that's the key, like to have good ABS. Okay, let's check the next step. So this is now fine. We have the 5mm space. Okay, mains wiring. That's the part where I should try not to kill myself. Let's quickly unpack all the wires. And maybe let me quickly like get rid of a little bit of stuff here on the table so I have a little bit more space, because this is kind of awkward. Okay. Here, and I just like scooch over a bit. Amazing. Twice the amount of space, lovely. Okay, so this is 2 main PCBs. So I guess this goes into the power supply. This is what we need now for the mains. I have no clue what this is. Here. Bad thermistor. So we need to put on so all the cables that go through the cable chain, they're left off the plug. So you can basically route through the cable chain and then put the plug on later. We don't need the X end stop because 0.2 is sensorless, and that's why I assume. Yeah, we don't need those. See, I already have all I need for a clicky probe. That's the bad heater, so that also needs to go through the cable chain. And this one is a mystery motor. Let's see where we need this. Okay, let me put those cables to the side. And then let's focus on this one first. It's a bit stupid that you can't, like the tool head stands out, so you can't put the printer on top anymore, which would make life much easier right now. I guess we can try to put it like this. This should also help. Yeah, I was smart enough to put this in all in the beginning. And I don't get it out anymore. That's like there to stay. Let's quickly check, but I think we just need to like... I saw it, they had a cable here. Yeah, so it's blue, blue, brown, brown, which goes on top, and the ground goes to the side. Okay. Let's try to... I should have done that before putting in the power supply. Oh, that's really... Let me actually do it like this. This makes it easier. So this goes in here. Okay, that's one that's in. Then brown goes in here. Yeah, that is true if I would do the top hat. But the top hat is actually like the last part of the manual. Like, I mean, technically you could put it on now. I don't think there's like... anything that would like be in the way with having a top end on now. But yeah, it's fine. It's just this little part here, and I think like this is actually the best orientation right now to put those connectors in. You see that they're all like fully seated. Because I don't want to, those I don't want to come loose. Okay, that looks good. Blue, blue, brown, brown, and then the ground on the side. Okay. Then we kind of went there. So brown goes to ACL and blue to ACN. Yeah, it's the obvious one on the bottom. Okay. No, I forgot again. Brown ACL. Okay. That's actually something, I mean, I should know, but I don't. Like, technically, like, those should be the same from my understanding, right? Because it's like AC, so they like go, like they have the same voltage on them. Like, they're just like opposite, like offset, right? Doesn't really matter. Like, I think one is referred to as live. Huh? Oh God, which maniac? Oh. How? This is like this screw is fine, but like this is impossible to open. See, this one is fine. This one is another impossible one. This one's fine. Okay, maybe I need to get a different screwdriver for that. Let me get a different screwdriver for this one. 1 second. Okay. Bigger screwdriver, hopefully more luck. Yes, success. But these are like, I'm not sure if they really need to be that tight. And by now I forgot again. Brown ACL? Yes, brown ACL. Then blue is ACN. And ground goes to ground. Which, in my amazing flat, most of my outlets actually do not have a ground, which I'm not sure if that's like quite up to standard today. But I only have ground in the kitchen. All the other ones are without a ground connection. Let's see if we can just put this here. It's kind of hidden away behind that extrusion here. Should be fine. Let me quickly loosen that a bit. I can like adjust a bit up. Okay, perfect. Then we can also remove those covers for now. And let's go back to the manual. So we connected that. Oh, they connected. Yeah, okay. If that is better, according to them, then Let me try to do it like they did it. That's what I want. Then let's push it like that. Okay. So I need to quickly switch my switch my headphone side. Okay. So checkpoint 1. Before moving on to the next step, let's check the mains wiring. Incorrect wiring of AC mains can be dangerous. Therefore, always double check. I actually got like shocked by AC once due to like super cheap, shitty China electronics, and was not fun. So can't recommend. Remember to check everything without power cable plugged in. Yes. Use the multimeter to check the continuity between live, neutral, and earth. They should not be shortened with each other. Check again the power supply voltage input switch if applicable. It's not. After checking all of the above, plug in the power cable and switch on the inlet. The power supply should turn on and its LED should lighten up. Switch off the inlet and remove the plug. We can now move on to the next step. Okay. I'm kind of too lazy to get a multimeter, but then again, let's do it. I'm right back. Okay, let's put some more stuff on my way too small table. So, let me see what you can see. So, I put it in continuity mode. I'm not sure if you can hear the beeps. Maybe you can. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Hi, Steve. You're too early for smoke. But so far, I think it's fine. I mean, like nothing is shorted, so we fulfilled what the manual asked us to do. Okay. Then let's see what the manual has as next step. After checking the above, plug in the power supply and switch on the inlet. Let's try that. Let's see. Make sure this is off. So I have a LED and nothing exploded. So I guess that counts as success. There's also LED on the power supply, so that's good. Okay. So that seems to be okay. By the way, Steve, I followed your advice and left out the no backlash nut. So that will be like my little experiment defying the manual. I'm usually trying to stick to the manual quite religiously. Maybe put it this way. Below deck wiring. Okay. So we need 2 cables, to picobellically and to main PCB. I need to quickly see if I find the correct cables. This one is the to main PCB one. Oh yeah, okay. And this one is the same. But 2 UMB. Okay. I guess we can just pick freely which ones to use here. That is 24 volts. And this one is a ground. Yeah. Let's also loosen it a bit more. Try to get a little bit more split here. They made this really tight. Okay. No worries, Steve. I'm very honored that you dropped by. I guess you're still busy digging out your shed. Or I guess it's super early for you, so you didn't start yet? Let's see. Bend that in here. No, I guess my 5 millimeters were a little on the tight side of 5 millimeter. Let's get it through here too. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah, that should be fine. Like once the skirt is in place, like this will be pushed in a bit. Okay, let's see the next steps. So they routed, oh, they actually didn't route it underneath. They put it out next to the inlet. Let's get this out here. Oh, car show also sounds fun. I guess that's preferable over doing manual work digging stuff. Okay, so then I did not wire up the bed yet, so I guess now is the time to put in the cable chain and do all that stuff. Okay, so let's see if we can figure it out. That was easier without the back panel in place. Okay, so this all should go through here. And we already saw the cables we need. Which is this one? Which has identical ends. So I guess this one should go to the main board with the label. This one can go into our Wago. This also put it below. Okay. Pass the takt test. Now I'm not 100% sure what's the smartest to route that. I mean, either we can keep it below, but I guess it's better to put it over. And then route it through the same strain relief here. I mean, maybe get this off. Oh no. Okay, that makes it easier. I maybe should have done that before installing the bed. Yeah, let's just get it through here. And I'm looking for a point. I mean, there's a little spot where we maybe can use like a cable tie to just hold it in place a bit. Let's do that. Again, would have been much easier before. I mean, I could also quickly pull off the bed, but what would life be without some challenges? Okay. Let's give it a little bit of slack there. Okay. Okay, perfect. And then we can run this down the side here and out the same spot. Okay, and then we also need the thermistor wire, which looks like this one. Let's get this off. And this plugs in this spot here. I should have waited with the cable tie though. And could have added this to the same spot. Yeah, let's quickly do that one again. I could also use this one here, where I only have the RGB LD so far. Yeah, let's just pull off the bat. Yeah, that works for now. And then we can remove this one. And then see. If I get any angle here. So we have a lot of black wires. So basically let's just put them all here, and then this should be like nice and clean. I got a fresh here one, this one. Let's put it through here, around all the cables. Steve, I think this was your trick. I'm not sure where I saw it. Like I saw it on some stream. To use this like loop trick here with the cable tie, and I really like it. Like this is such a like nice way of like tightening out all those cables. I should have just paid attention to do it the right way around. I missed one. Well, the thermistor bar is a little bit shorter here. I think this one. Try to get them all like a little bit of like a bend here. Okay, yeah, it doesn't go tighter anyways. Snip it off. Perfect. This looks really clean. I like that. Okay. Then let's put the bat back on. And actually, like, I prefer having the bats like super low for now, because I'm the first person who forgets to adjust that. And then crash the nozzle into the bag for the first home. Oh. Okay. Got it back up standing. Cables. Okay. So now the question is, where's the cable chain? Ah, here. Okay. Okay, we have one end left, so the 0.2 has it in this direction. So let's try to get all the cables in. Let me create a small bundle. Okay, let's just put them all together. Let's see if we can. Oh, that's way too big. Like, as always with the 0.2, I always underestimate how small things are. We need to pack that differently. Let's just stagger that a little bit. So, nope. That should be better. Oh, still. It still doesn't want to go in. Okay, so we need to do the ferrule connectors next to each other, like behind each other. That's which we can't really do. Okay, let's do the ferrule connectors maybe first. Let's do it one by one. Okay. One part, let's try to not completely tangle that. Okay, then let's do the RGB next. Maybe let me use a little bit of tape for those three. So let's try to make that work. That worked. Pull it. Pull those fully through. And let's see if we can get those without. That seems to work. Up until here at least. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. So now we have to. I'm not sure if that was so smart doing this like later. Okay, perfect. So it's kind of in place. Then this one. So that's wrong. Here you are. I'm not quite sure if I need the spacer there. Like the printed parts for the Kirigami bat had a 5mm spacer. I'm not 100% certain if I need it. I'll just try with first. And we see if the chain like runs nicely. Might also have to add another element to the chain. I have still, yeah, one element extra from the kit, which wasn't attached to the chain, so I'm not quite sure if there was like a spare or something. Yep. Let's try to get that screw in there. This doesn't want to cooperate. And we have a success. Yeah, now it's in. Let's try to do the top one. Okay. We need to cable tie it down as well. Yeah. So we still have like one element of the cable chain down here. Because for some reason, like I couldn't get this off the anchor. So we have to put the cables through here as well. It's only one element. It would just be much easier if not everything would be black. Okay, that's the heated bed. Let me pull it through. Okay, let's do the RGB next. That one went way easier. And the thermistor wires last. Okay, perfect. Then I guess we can try to put the chain into place. Which again would have been much easier without the back panel. Here we go. Okay. It didn't put them down yet, but let's quickly see if the chain... Okay, that's the topmost position, so that should be fine. So this should be... I'm not sure if I'm doing mods directly. I want to install a webcam. That's one mod, I guess. And I actually have a Nevermore V5 Micro, which I already put in the nut here. So this will be mounted here. I actually have it in my Ender 3 luck enclosure at the moment, because that's where I was like printing the ABS parts. But yeah, that's like the two mods I plan for now. Oh, and I want to install the... there's like a spot for LEDs here in the mini stealth burner toolhead, but it's like super difficult to get any like information on that. Like it's there, you can mount LEDs there, but there's like almost no information online about that. but I ordered the parts, so it's like the sequence LED from Adafruit. It's like a little like longish like LED, and that goes into like those two spots here. And then I ordered like super thin wire because like you have like very limited space there. It's like very like tiny spot to put your cable through. And then in my tool head board, I have one free spot here, which is GPIO 0 and ground. And this is actually meant for the X and stop in a 0.1, but the 0.2 is sensorless. So I have this free. And I will use this one to power the two LEDs. I'm not 100% sure if that's fine, but from what I read, you can put up to 5 of those like little LEDs on a GPIO pin. So I have 2, so yeah, should be fine. So I'll power the LEDs through here. It won't be RGB, it's just like white, but I think it's just nice to see directly on the nozzle. So yeah, those 3 mods are on the books to be done. Okay, let me see. Like, I think it's fine. Like, it's not super straight. Like, if I go down, like it starts like to like arc a bit. But I guess, like mechanically, it's fine. Yeah, this should be fine. Like, it's not binding anywhere. Let's see if we can push this one in a bit more. I'm not quite sure if this like strain relief is doing anything or whether it's just like for visual visual touch. Let's try to pull the cables to the same length. Which cable is this? It's like one cable is not quite pulled through. It's not this. Ah, this one. Okay. So I'm not sure where to put the cable tie there. Like, there's not really like a spot to mount the cable tie anywhere. You can put it around the entire part. But it won't do much. Ah, interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll figure that out later, I think. But does the video about the mini stealth burner also include the LEDs? Because I actually, like, I legit did not find anything. Hey, what is Tic-Tac? Let's see. Okay, I'm not quite sure. Let me just put like one cable tie for good measure there. But there's not really like an anchor point I can anchor those cables to. I'll look that up, how to do that. Let's just put one here. And then I have to look up how to properly anchor that, because like this is not really doing much here. We have so many. Let's do the second one. Maple Leaf Makers may have videos. True. They have like a lot of like those videos. I'll do a bit more searching. Like I asked in the Voron Discord today. But didn't get a response on that. Oh no, I missed 2 cables. Like, it's nice that all the cables are black, but like on the video it's actually much brighter here than in reality. Like, I really struggle to see some parts of this. Yes, the 300% mini self burner. Yes, I saw that. That's like the most prominent video when you look for mini self burner content. Like it's always on top for me. It's a really cool video though. But it's not. I don't find it like hyper helpful for the real sized mini self burner. Okay, but this looks good. Like I'm really happy with the cable management so far. Like it's, let's see if we can like keep it up. Okay, so this is all coming out here. And then we have the power cables. And so ballistic tech, we did basically the PSU on the bottom and the mains wiring. And now basically I just pulled the cable through. It's going a bit slow. Like this takes way more time than I expected. Yeah, he shows where the LEDs go, and I'm also aware where the LEDs go. Like technically, it's not difficult, right? Like it's this this spot back here, right? Like on both sides, and then on the back there's like a little tiny. Wait, I actually have a second one. Where's my... One second, let me quickly get that. Yeah, I have my failed print. So I know that the LEDs go into this slot here. Like this is the LED slot for the sequence LEDs. And then basically, I also tested it actually today. So the cable of the LEDs basically goes through here, and then you bend it down to push it through that here. So that's basically how the cable is routed. So basically you have to put in two cables here, then I guess you solder it on this side, and then you pull it back, and then you just glue it in place here. So that's a theory. I mean, basically that's all there is to it. It's just like, it's nowhere like properly documented, like which LEDs to use and stuff like that. That's fine. Like I'll do that. I ordered the cable today. I ordered the LEDs today. It should be here on Wednesday. So I'm just doing it like most likely at the end of the build. And then I use this free GPIO pin here to power the LEDs. So that's the plan. Okay, let's get all this like weird tape off here. And then I guess we can also unpack this. Okay. So, manual time. This means we basically have everything in place now here for this step. Okay. I also need to quickly do some rescue for my phone battery. So it's about to run out. Let's see if it's still... Yeah, you still see me. Perfect. And my phone is charging. Like this one is my iPhone. It's like I'm still like hacking this like streaming setup together really bad. Yes, we did that. Yes, it's black, red, red. Let me quickly double check that. Black, red, red. Yes, we did right. We did it correct. So this one meshes for us. Can be alternative routed through the right side as shown for below. We don't have this fan part here. So for us, this side is free and fine to route them left and right of the stepper. We didn't plug in the stepper though. Let's quickly Let's quickly plug in the stepper. So this goes all up here. This goes all up here. Let me maybe just like to keep that out of the way for now. Just put a cable tie here and a cable tie there. So that's out of the way. So for the Z stepper, I'm not sure which cable to use. I think it's this one. Just go up, get a bit more distance. This one has no label. This one has the label E step, so this one definitely is for the E then. I think that's the only other stepper cable that I have left. So let's use it. We also have this like little tags with Z, so put it on here. And then for E, I guess we don't need the E, but let's plug that in here. And now I put the label on the wrong end. That needs to go here. And this goes in here. Let's get that through the same little loop. Okay. And we have all our cables out of the way, which is nice. And back to the manual. So we have this. Cover up the ducts. We didn't do that. Let's also triple check the polarity. So it's red, red, black, black. And we also check the labels on the power supply. So this one is plus, plus, minus, minus, red, red, black, black. Okay. Then we have our very ugly covers. Let's slide it on. Let's push it on. Okay, that's one side. And I mean, this side is kind of pointless. Let's see, maybe we can loop those cables in there later, but like for now, there's like not a single cable in here. Okay, perfect. And this kind of will get a little bit of a squish. I have the cover for this here, but for some reason, it's on here. For some reason, like it's completely loose, like it doesn't snap into place. Like it's. I mean, maybe we can add a tiny bit of tape to hold it, but I'll reprint this for sure. And I'll just use a little bit of like XY size compensation to make it work. Like it's just like not really like tight enough. I had black tape. Okay, let's wing it. I'll fix it up later. When I find my black tape, I'll use it, but I also reprint it, so. As this is a temporary solution, you can be sure it's still there in like 2 years. But I guess it's some form of protection from killing myself, which I'm absolutely capable of doing with electricity, so. Let's take all the precautions we can. Okay. We already prepared the SKR Mini and the Raspberry Pi. We do need to set the jumpers though. So let's do that. Bring this down here. Okay, so we have the SKR Mini and we need to set the jumpers for X and Y. Let's double check the manual. Yes, the tuner center, those two. If I now would know where, here. So basically what this is doing, it's like the diag pin of the step driver. So basically it's just bridging it somehow. It can be used basically as soon as like the stepper loses steps, the board knows it's at the limit of the axis. Okay, they're both in place. Then XY, we need to add jumper for X and Y diag. We did that. It's also good practice to mark the positive terminals on a PCB with red marker. Well, I don't have red marker. But what I do have somewhere is black marker. Now we would need to know which one is positive, negative. Do they tell us at some point? No, they don't. And we also skipped this one. Should not be populated. It's not populated. Wait, now I lost track where I was. We did that, right? Yes, we did that. Preparing the escape Pico. Yeah, here we were. Oh yeah, so this is not populated. And then we wanted to mark the terminals. So let's quickly check the SKR Pico pinout. Yeah, here it tells us. Okay. So it's the left ones of all three. So let's put some black marker there. That's the only ferrule connectors we have. Perfect. Okay, so then this is prepared. I'm still wondering whether we should file down those screws a bit more. Yeah, let's give this another quick round. So basically for the people who weren't there, I did it in the beginning, and for some reason, like the 10mm screws I'm supposed to use here, they're poking out on the back. And it's not a big deal, but and yeah, obviously it's a great idea of filing metal on electronics, but magic smoke needs to be created somehow, right? Yeah, should be fine. Okay, so this one is prepared. Then preparing the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, now it's also like it's not sitting on the screws. Is that also the case? Yeah, the Raspberry needs a bit more. Let's also do that. Okay, that should do it. Okay, maybe I could also like maybe move the printer over there because then it's not blocking all the lights. Let me maybe like do like 5 seconds of very quick cleanup because it's super messy here. We don't need those. We don't need those. This thing over here. All the dirt. We don't need this. Let's move the printer over here, and then we have a light. It's amazing. Oh no, chat disconnected. What happened here? Am I still streaming? Can I reload that? Ah. Yeah, the chat disconnected just now. I'm not sure if I'm still... So this is the first time I have the chat on stream. Like this is like a complete complete experiment. So basically this is just a window. Like this is just a window I have on the side and I just stream it in here. Oh, actually I have a black backdrop, which I got to enable. Don't need terminal yet. So I'm not sure if I can lower the delay of the chat. Like it's literally as I see it. But then assume that like my stream has a delay, right? So maybe it's just a stream delay. Because I know there's a low latency mode YouTube offers, which I don't use because then I'm not fully trusting my internet connection. But it's very good feedback. I'll try the low latency mode for the next stream. It's my 5th stream. I'm still figuring this all out. It's like learning by doing, I guess. Cool. Let's put this on the pile of empty, and let me get all the stuff out. Okay. Just pushing all the dirt and trash to the side. Okay, sorry for that. Raspberry Pi. So we mounted little heatsink, and we don't have to set up anything because like we don't use the 02W. We have a Pi 4, so we just pop on the heatsink, I guess, if I find it. Yeah, here it is. I'm so lucky that I got that. Like I randomly visited my electronics web shop where I usually order electronics, and they had it in stock. And I was like, oh my God, immediately bought it. And like half an hour later it was sold out. So really, really lucky. This is not even close to being centered, but I guess it's... Yeah, now it's on. We'll fulfill the duty. Oh my God, yeah, don't look at that. But yeah, it's like a really rare find. But the funny thing is, I tossed the box, but this is the 1 GB model, which I bought like 4 or 5 weeks ago. And I thought they stopped producing the 1 GB model like 2 years ago or something. So seemingly like they started producing that again, the 1 GB model, which is interesting because I imagine like the chip would be short or something, but not the RAM. But then like it's a system on chip, right? So maybe there's the 1 GB version of that chip available. Okay, Piccobilico. which I have here. Oh, here we go. So this one will go on the top back basically, and it has the connector for the wire that goes to the tool head. I'm not sure what this small wire is doing here, but remove after washing. I guess it is washed, so let's remove that. Oh, that's a speaker, or not a speaker, but how's it called? Piezo element. Okay, what do we need to do here? Install the fan voltage jumpers corresponding to the fan voltage of your hot end and part cooling fans. In the photo shown below, the hot end fan is set to 5 volts while the part fan is set to 24. Well, that would mean we would have need to pay attention. I'm certain it's 24 volt fans both, because I remembered having a discussion with LDO that the packing list they have in the kit specified 5 volts fans, but I got 24 and they forgot to change it from the 0.1 kit. Oh, this jumper is very, very hard to get out. So now it's set to, I'm not sure if this shows up on camera. So this is 24 hot end fan, and then between the two jumpers it says 24 part cooling fan. But it's really cool that you can change that. Renovic, not sure if you remember, but I mentioned like my Ender 3 had a broken part cooling fan. Yeah, somebody tried to add some electronics to reduce the voltage from 24 to 12 volts. And that was the end of my fan MOSFET. So this is like that's my most favorite feature about that board. Oh, it has the Raspberry Pi 2040 chip on it, which is really cool. I like that, and I love that just like all the PCBs have like USB-C. This is really like I'm a huge fan. Cool. Then this is also prepared, I guess. PCB placement. Okay, so let's start with the rest of the wire tunnel. And then basically we somewhat center that. Well, the worst part I didn't tell you yet. The SKR Mini E3 V3 was the SKR Mini E3 V2. And it has 2 controllable fan headers. I managed to crash both. The reason why I had a little bit of trouble is like the fans I used did not work well with the PWM at all. So I tried to like smoothen out the PWM signal to like a constant voltage. And that's basically where my electronic skills met their limits. Yeah, like I destroyed, like with my Ender, I destroyed a fair bit of electronics. Like this was like one kind of like adventure I had. But the far worse one was, and I to this day do not know what the cause was. I can't even remember. There was something like I ended up, the fan was working. I crashed both the MOSFETs on the mainboard, but what I ended up doing is I had a PWM fan hub from a PC basically laying around. So I used this one to control the fan from the Raspberry, and that was working fine for a year or something. And then all of a sudden, my Raspberry was dead. Like just like one day to the other, like was just dead. I was like, okay, weird. And I was like checking everything, popped in a new Raspberry. I had like 3 on hand. I popped in the second Raspberry, turned on the switch, Raspberry dead. Well, so I killed 2 raspberries within like a day. Then I was like kind of like annoyed and just like left it and like hoping that I can like revive the raspberries. Spoiler, wasn't able to revive any of the raspberries. And then I did some more measuring and like some Discord support and everything. And yeah, something was up with the PWM fan hub and was basically like sending 24 volts or 12 volts onto the Raspberry for some reason. And it took me another Raspberry, I think. Yeah, I think I killed 3. I killed 3 with that. And that was like, yeah, that was like a really bad week. And that was before I found out how expensive raspberries were. I found out then because I had to buy one. Luckily, I got like a Raspberry Pi 02W for like a reasonable price. It was like 25 euros. But yeah, basically at that time, I destroyed like 600 euros worth of raspberries within a week. Bad week. I actually like, I was like struggling a lot with that. I kept dead raspberries for like 1.5 years or something because I couldn't believe they're like that. I mean, most likely you can fix them if you have the skill to figure out what's wrong. But yeah, I now like recycled them a couple of months ago. Yeah, so I'm like, electronics is my specialty. That is the, I'm really good at that. Okay, that's first. Wait, I'm covering also the microphone. I know my sound quality isn't perfect, so let's at least try to get the best out of it. Okay. Let's use more of my favorite tape. No. I was thinking about doing two short strips, but then I have to peel off the backing like twice. So it's like twice as bad. So let's just overkill. Overkill to that. Okay. Now, where do I have my tweezers? I lost my tweezers in the chaos. Oh, I think I have a success here already. Amazing. Oh, I hope it wasn't a super expensive mini PC. I mean, at least by now, at least like you get like the big Tritex CB1, which is kind of like a cheap thing to use Clipper with. I guess it should be, I didn't push it down yet, so I think I can lift it again. But this should be somewhat aligned like in a manual. Let's quickly compare that. Yeah, I think mine is a tiny bit longer. But yeah, it should be fine. Let's roll with that. Otherwise, we break off like 2 of the teeth, and then we have also. Oh. Well, didn't push it down on the bottom, but now it's there. Well, that's not where it lives. Okay. So now the Raspberry is like, I mean, mine is a little bit different, of course. I think the important part is 20 centimeters. And then we have plenty space. Oh, well, yeah, that doesn't go below. So I guess there's not much like choice we have here. We have to put it like this. We just need to pay attention that we have enough like room to like loop the USB cables. I mean, I could put it at an angle that would help. Yeah. I think like the CB1 is a really cool board, especially like the Raspberry Pi adapter that they offer. Like it's a really cool system. Like it's like you can either put it directly into the, what is it called? The Manta board, I think. I think I just put the Raspberry as high up as possible while not covering the micro SD spot. That's something I managed before with a different setup. Let's do it like this. This looks good. So we have access to the micro SD, although like a little bit like bad, but should be fine. Let's use this one again. The only thing that's a bit annoying with the CB1 is like that it's like not like image compatible with the Raspberry images. That would be really cool. Like I understand why that's not the case. This is maybe I just was lucky with the one. Yeah, like the all-in-one clipboard is really cool. There's also like the how's it called? The one that comes with the 0.2 Phi stack build kit. It's from God, I forgot all names. Fly. The company is called Fly. No, it's not the company. It's called Fly. The products are called Fly. Let's do it like this. Yeah, I forgot. Hey, done with coding. Yeah, but Fly Gemini, I think, is the board, and it's like it's not as nice as the Big Tree Tech one, because it's like all in one chip, basically. Like all the stuff is sold on. Like in the Big Tree Tech one, you can pop out the CB1 and put in like a Raspberry 4 Mellow Fly. Thank you. Yeah, Mellow. That was the thing I'm missing. I think the board is called Gemini, however you want to pronounce it. But I really prefer the Manta from Big Tree Tech. Like I'm not like in the market for buying one of those, but I think it's cool that like you can like just like put in like a genuine Raspberry if you get one. That's the thing. But technically you could also get like the CB1 now, and then like if you're not happy with the performance of the CB1, you can just like upgrade later. This is so annoying. It's the last one. I really wonder where my tweezers went. I really regret cutting my fingernails yesterday. Let's try our next corner. This is like really frustrating. I hope it's at least fun to watch. I'm not sure if there's like a trick to that. Like sometimes they come off fairly well. Ah. Oh God, this is terrible. Okay, let's check the orientation. I think it's like this with the ferrule connectors on the bottom. Yes, it's with the ferrule connectors on the bottom, and then they tell you to have 30 centimeters below. Millimeters. Let's just do like, it's most likely a bit more. That's something like that. Oh, you don't see it. Something like that. So it's like very precise measure, 30 millimeters. And then we have around 20 here, and we have enough space here on both sides. In the middle. So you mean basically just like to kind of like something like this? I mean, now I will use it at some point, but I'm not very eager to use it again, to be honest. Like it's nice that it like give you a full roll. It's like it sticks like hell. So it's great at taping stuff. I don't think this will like ever come off again. Like if I ever have to pull that shit out, I'm not looking forward to that. Okay. Then yeah, now I just plug in all the stuff. All the stuff here. Okay, so we have basically what we have. We need to put on the terminals. Like those are, let me change the angle a bit. Let's see. I'm still trying to get like a little bit of the light. I think like it's looking fine. Okay. So let's try to not make a complete tangled mess down here. And this is the thermistor for the hot end. And we have a couple of those terminals left. Or like, we just need to figure out, because these are both 3-pin ones. But I think the bad thermistor, if I see it correctly in the manual, is the topmost one, and this is only 2. So I'm not sure if they, because like these are the only 2 I had loose. Ah, here's another one. 2. Okay, that wouldn't be terrible. I have a full box of those. But since they screwed up the washers in the kit, I don't trust them anymore. Okay, nose is up. And thermistor wires don't have orientation, so that should be... That's in there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's not a lot of wire to spare. Let's first plug it in and then like route it. Okay, that goes in here. Let's push the label. And then we can... There's really not a lot wire to spare. Like it's really... I mean, it's nice, right? Like you don't have any wire tangling around. I wonder whether I should have pulled a bit more from the on the heated bed side. Let's unwrap this mess. Oh God! Here we go. And here we need to pay attention to the orientation or the Okay. So we have one without, which is the data, I guess, and then we have white, which should be ground, and red, which should be power, I guess. Let's refer to our handy manual. I'm not sure if they just say bad RGB, which is not really informative. Ah, here. Can I zoom out, please? Check how to install the housing here. Oh, they have a full section on Kirigami bed wiring? Oh God, I'm so annoyed now. Well, that would have saved a bit of hassle, most likely. Like, see, like those were like kind of the pictures I was looking for. Ah, I could have linked it. somewhere else. Okay, let's check. So basically they have the nose facing us, and then it's red is the outermost. So the nose is the nose is facing us, and then red is the outermost. Then white is the middle one. Oh. White is the middle one. This is not a really nice. Not sure if you can see that. This is not really nice. So all the wires like cramped in here. That's not a nice crimp. Yep. And it's also kind of like, now it's in. Here we go. I actually experimented today. Like I got a set of JST connectors, which I actually wanted to use for my Ender electronics fix up, which I did. See, this cable is like massively too long. Like you can wire it like 5 times over. This one, I think. But yeah, I crimped my first JST connectors today. I'm very proud. It's like they hold. Like the wire was a bit shitty to get in because like it's a very soft silicone, so you can't really push it. But it's a JST connector. So that's now a skill I acquired. I no longer have to solder JST connectors. Which one do they refer to? Yeah, it's the top one of the two, so I have it in the right one. Let's see what we do with all that cable. I wonder why this cable is so long. I mean, we can always just run it up and down. Let's do this and just use a cable tie to kind of like make a loop. Without pinching the cable. And then we can just stow it in here. Let's put this through here. Yeah. Something like that. Well, it's sticking out a bit on top, but it's fine. I wonder whether, yeah, I have so many cable ties. I think they gave me like 100 cable ties for that electronics, so it's just bundle those a bit together where they're like loose. Okay, now this can go in here. Okay. Can go in here, and then this is a little bit together. Let's do the same for the bad thermistor wires, but they're like not really going anywhere because they're so short. Okay. Perfect. Let's just... Once we put more cable on top, I think it should stay in there. Right now it has a little bit of a life of its own. Okay. As soon as I touch it, it jumps out, but that's why we have a cover, right? Okay. Then they connect the ferrule connectors, which is the bad and 24. Also, like, yeah, there's a short one. And then a bad. Okay, so there's a short one, which I guess... Like also this one is like massively long. Like a third of the length would have been enough. I'm actually considering that I recrimmed that. I don't know, like, am I missing something? Like, both of them are like super long. I mean, this literally only needs to go here, right? This is like the entire length this cable needs to have. And this is all nonsense extra. Am I missing something here, or is this just like way too long? Same for the bad. Like they're all like way too long. I mean, the bad is kind of okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let me do the loop thingy here as well. And then if I'm annoyed at some point. Oh wait, it's end stop. Oh, ignore me. It's not a bad. Where's? Oh, here's the bad. Yeah, that's a nice length for the bed. That's fine. Like this kind of goes in here. Yeah, I mean like the bundle is fine. It's just like the ferrule connectors are so easy to like crimp on. And it's like, yeah. For now I'll leave it, but then maybe at some point in the future I might get annoyed and redo that. Okay, so the 24 volt in is the leftmost. And then we marked the negative side. Let me get a screwdriver. Maybe we could have done that before taping in the board. I always like that to do that before mounting the board. It's always a little bit. I mean, we can also just do this, right? We can also just do this. Just ignore the background mess, please. Just you don't see anything there. So this, you can also just like rotate a bit, and you don't see it. Let me. Yeah, because now it's like super bad to get in. It would have been way easier to just do before. Especially because like those ferrule connectors are kind of like on the topmost end, what fits in that screw terminal. Yeah, I don't think you see much of that right now. Oh. I'm not sure if I can give you like a better angle on that. But it's really not too fun to put that in there. Yeah. Maybe I should have changed the camera position first. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah, but that's the reason why I usually I do that before I glue stuff in or like mount stuff, because then it's like way easier to like do it somewhere here and then like put it down. I mean, I could also loosen screws. Okay. Let's loop that here. Okay. And then we have the bad thermistor, which is the one next to it. Yeah, they don't have a polarity because we don't have like a bad LED or something. Let's see. Okay, that's one end. It's like also like those ferrule connectors are quite long, like for those screw terminals. I'm not getting them out again now. But maybe we could have shortened them a tiny bit. Let's guide that in there. I could have also like pressed them a little bit like flat. It also would have. It's like I'm always having like the solutions after I already brute force the problem. Let's put the loop here. Can we have it a little bit higher? Let's see. Okay. So I guess it's also not the worst perspective for right now. Then we have this all set. The result looks like this. Let's double check the polarity of this RGB cable. So we have red, white, black. Yes, we have red, white, black, and we have in that connector the thermistors on the topmost. We have the 24 volt in here, black on the inside, red on the outside, and we have the heated bed next to it. So this all looks exactly like in their picture. Perfect. Okay. Then now they connect the steppers and the ZN stop. So the Z stepper is the bottommost. Then A, then B, and extruder is the one on top. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's even focusing. I'm very proud of my iPhone. Like I'm really happy. Like, I mean, this is just like here that I have a proper camera for here, but I just have an iPhone for here. And this works really, really well. Like it's small and compact. You can move it around. Like that's actually not the worst setup. And I think the video quality is kind of okay. Let's see. Let's route it all on the. Maybe we can push it below here. Yeah, but it's actually like it works fairly well. And like given that it's wireless, like the iPhone connects via Wi-Fi, that actually like works into like I open OBS Studio for streaming and it's like instantly connecting. Like it's really like, yeah, like you can hate Apple a lot, and it's definitely like not as good as many people say, but sometimes stuff works really well. What do we say now? B is on the bottom, right? No, B is on top. Yeah, it's also like another really long cable. Let's loop that in here. And then it comes in. Wait, let me first plug it in. Goes in here. Let's see how we route that. Something like this. We just literally just have a loop in here. And then it goes down there. And the A motor comes in the middle of the two. So this is now just coming straight here. So we have basically like one line of cable up here, which is nice. And then we have the Z coming down here. And I guess once we like close that, this should be all quite nice and clean. Okay, bring you back up. Okay. Then we connect the Z end stop, which is the bottommost. And for Z end stop, we need to check. I think it's like, because it's a 3-pin connector. And I have a picture here. It's the bottom one is free. Do I see it correctly? Yeah, the bottom one is free. Okay. So here's our Z end stop cable. And somewhere we have one more, here. One more of those. Let's see. I don't think the polarity matters, but they have the white cable on top. It's really hard to see on the picture. But they have the white cable on top. So it goes in like this. And then they have the white cable on top. And now let me triple check, because I really don't want to like undo that. I'm not sure if they have like any other, it's like really hard to see, but I think it's the, yeah, I'm fairly certain it's the middle one. It's the middle one. Worst case, we crash the bed, so hey. And then that goes in the bottommost of this row. Maybe. Okay. And then we kind of have to push that in here as well. Perfect. That was the last. Oh, I forgot to switch. So this is now basically what we did. I like my cable routing more. Picabilical. Okay. So this goes in up there. I'm not sure if it will focus on that. It's focusing somewhere here. So this goes in here, but there's a printed part. There's actually two parts. So there's this like panel, which I think is the original part, but I'm not sure why LDO included it in the kit. Like this goes in here basically, But I'm not sure why they included that, because they tell you to print this one, which is basically like the same exact dimensions for the picobillically. So this goes in here, like this. I'm not sure about screw length there. I would assume you need like a 12-ish. Let me see if they specify something in the manual. No, it's just like magically in there. Okay, let's try. 10 is too short for sure. Here's 12. Let's see how 12 looks on that. So 12 would be, yeah, that looks like a, might actually be too long. Might actually be too long. Let's do a 10. It's not like there's like a lot of like load or anything on that connection. Let's do 2 10s. And I think it's best to screw it in first and then. Oh, I forgot. This way. Please grab. Oh, I'm completely off. Let me this side first, then I'll see what I'm doing. Maybe let me screw it in first, and then we can slide it on. Ha! Let's tighten it a little bit. And then now let's do the fun part of that's really tricky. Like you can't really like reach it because of the capacitor. I think it's best if I just put in the screw like this and then try to wiggle it in. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's a winning strategy. So basically like put in this one first, slot in the PCB, and then like lift it up, press against the PCB with the screw, and then like move it down and try to find the hole. I'm sure if this should touch. I mean, I shouldn't. Let me just try to pull the PCB off the aluminium. I mean, it shouldn't short out or something, but let me just try to like. It's pulling itself down. Okay. Okay. Oh. That's not supposed to be like this. Let me loosen the screws again. Sure, why it's flexing up like that. Push that down. And as soon as I tighten the screws, it starts to flex up. Not sure why that would be. Oh, maybe I have it in the wrong orientation. Sorry, I hit the microphone. I hope that wasn't too loud. Let's try that again with the other direction. Okay, let's see. I mean, like it's completely flat. It's just like most likely you put pressure on the sides, right where you screwed in, and then like it bends up. I guess. Oh yeah, yeah, of course. So you have all the soldering spots, and there's like a recess here. So you have to put it in this way. Okay, my bad. But let's do our trick again. So I left the left screw in, and this one just goes in here. And then you just do it like this. Perfect. Okay. Orientation matters. Nice and straight. Okay. We have the E stepper cable. It's interesting that one is labeled E step on one side and the other side is E motor. I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's the topmost here on the side. And then this goes in here with the others. And then it must be this one. Oh, you didn't see it. Sorry. Where you can put it? Yeah, there's the connector down there, which is the only one this will fit. Okay, perfect. And let's put this like here, and all nice and tidy. Then we still have this like loose power cable here, which goes to the umbilical. I assume it's the large screw terminal. And this one is most likely for a Raspberry. Let's consult the manual. So we did that. Yeah, it just says 24 volt in. Yeah, here is the picture. Okay, so this one is the Raspberry Pi power exactly, and then this one is the 24 volt. So let's try to make that happen. '24 is on the bottom. Oh, easy. That was the easiest screw terminal so far. Yeah, like, oh, sorry, I didn't see your message, Ballistic Tech. They do provide this mount, and it's, I mean, I'm not sure if that goes anywhere else. Maybe there's like, but it's exactly the same dimensions, and like like it's exactly the same. So I'm 100% certain this goes here. But then they also let you print it. But this one, you can't use it. Like, oh no, I lost my... Oh no. Okay, then I don't have feedback channel anymore for now because I don't have any headphones anymore. Too bad. I think you can still hear me. Correct me in chat if that's not the case, but I think you can still hear me. So yeah, so you can't use that exactly because if you carefully rotate that, so basically this one has the two connectors on top, and that doesn't fit in the round cutout. So you have to print this for sure. Otherwise, I'm just wondering why they put that in, because usually they don't put in parts that you don't need. So it's a bit weird, but I guess doesn't hurt. Now you have a free small piece of acrylic, so could be worse. Okay, let's fill this one in here. Like, it's also like they could have like moved those like labels like a little bit further out. That would make life easier. Okay, I have to unscrew the bottom one again. You have to push them in the same. Okay, at least that's easy. Okay, make sure that's all nice and tight. Yeah. Okay, and then I guess we can put that here on top, and then I guess it's time for another, let's see, for another small loop in here. Get this in the topmost. Okay. Ugh. In this cable channel, it is getting filled with a lot of cable loops. So, I mean, I wonder, like, because they won't reuse those cables for any other kit, right? Like, they're way too short for anything else. So I wonder why they didn't, like, put them to exact length. Like, they give you the exact cable path, right? Like, in the instructions that you're supposed to take. So they know how long that cable needs to be. So I wonder why they don't, like, size it perfectly for that cable route. Yeah, we just put in the board on top, put in the power just now. I think that's all you missed. I'm not super fast today for some reason. Okay. There is this little piece, which I guess now is as good time as any to install. This one's actually really cool. So it's a little like tiny pie hat that goes in. We have to double check the alignment, but I think it's just all the way at the back. And what this is doing, it's like providing power from the picobellical. So we have to connect this screw terminal to that screw terminal. This plug I actually don't know. We can find it out. This one is interesting. That's the star of the show. They provide you this little tiny cable here, which goes in here. And you just do it like once when you calibrate it, basically. And this goes in here on the tool head. And that's your acceleration sensor for configuring the input shaping. So basically, when you want to configure input shaping, you connect that wire temporarily, and then you do the input shaping calibration, and then you remove it again. But that's like basically connecting that to the Raspberry. Okay, there should be, here, a very small, short, tiny cable. That goes in here. Oh, what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm beyond stupid. This goes in here, of course. Oh no. that goes in there, but not with this screwdriver. Let me quickly get. Also not with this one. Let me see. I just have a bag with like tiny bits. And I know one of them is this one, which does fit. So you definitely need some tiny bits for this, or like at least like tiny screwdrivers sometimes. Okay, so ground is on the bottom and 24 or like 5 volts actually is on top. Let's see if we get them in. Yes, we do. Like that's one thing I'm like, those screwdrivers are so small, but then like they use the big ferrule, so it's like always like sticking out. I mean, it's not super dangerous, I guess, because like also the screws on top, right, like are also like conducting. But it would have been nice to, and technically we can also shorten them, right? Let me actually do that. It's the same screw terminal here, so let's just shorten both of them just like a hair. Just like this, I guess. No, they're like tiny bit shorter. Okay. That should be nicer. Okay. Then ground on the bottom, 5 volt on top. Let's make sure to see, now it's like completely in there and still passes the tuck test. See how I can orient that like this. Then I guess we can just make another small tiny loop here. And then ground is on the front and 5 volts on the back. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so black, black, red, 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 black, black, red on the bottom, black on top. Okay, that is all fine. Quickly collect all my my random bag of tiny screwdriver bits. I really hope that we get this printing today, but it's already like quite a time since we started working on this. Let's say actually 3 hours, yeah. I mean, it's not super long, but I think it's the longest stream I did so far. They were always like 2.5 hours. USB cables. So now the easy part. So we need one. Let me see if I have 2 USB cables. I have 2 USB cables. So one USB cable goes from the Raspberry to the umbilical on top. And one goes to the SKR Pico. And then we have also the fan still to install. There's this fan on the bottom. Okay, let's see. So I have one shorter USB cable, and this one is quite long, and this one is quite short. So I think the short one is best to be used Do we need USB? I mean, we have two USB 3 and two. Let's keep the USB 3 free if I want to do something, but I wouldn't know what I would do with USB 3 on a Raspberry inside a printer. Yeah, let me see. So I just pull the cable below all that junk there, and then let me see. Yep, that is going in there. It's a tiny bit too long, but that's fine. Let's see if we can make a bit of a loop there. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so as we have a loop here, it should be fine. Then it goes over there, below all the cables, and in here. So that's nice. Like it's all USB-C. Like this is like a pet peeve of mine. Like I'm very pro USB-C. I guess we can do the exact same routing. Just this time we go on top, all the way up. There is the USB-C. Somewhat hidden there. Let's go just in. Okay, put it in here, and then like I guess this is hopefully somewhat the last cable because we're running out of loop space. Getting anything out of here would be really bad. Okay, so this goes in there, and then I just have this kind of like looped in there, and then goes to the bottom. Bit concerned that there's like too much pressure on the USB here. I think it should be okay. But this tape, is a keeper. Perfect. And then like technically we can have the camera. We just need to find like a way. But it's a flat band cable, so you always find a way to like route it somewhere to the front. Cool. Fan. There was a fan. So we have these two pieces, and this one goes in there, and then this one, oh, it's the other way around. It goes on top into the extrusion like this. And then the fan basically we have here, and that's 20 volt. 24 volt 3010. That's what I like quote unquote complained to LDO that like on the packing list it was like the other one they mentioned in the manual now, but it wasn't. This one wasn't on the packing list. Let's see. So technically we can just put it like this. And like the Raspberry gets a little bit of fresh air. We need some screws, and that's actually in the main manual. M3 by 12, which we conveniently have here already. So we have, I guess it's all screwed from the bottom, right? Yeah. Let me see, did you see something? So this just goes in here. And you see what my iPhone is now almost charged. So now my Mac my Mac needs some charging. Oh no, I charge, everything is running empty. Still charging my AirPods. Let's get this in here. Oh, this one's a bit stiff. This one doesn't go in all the way for some reason. Not sure if I should force it, like it's not super important. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and now this is fully clamped down. Then I assume it's the same length for the fan. No, that's too short for the fan. This must be something else. Let's consult the manual. 16. 25. 46. 25. 8. 16, here we go. I guess that's one tip, or like one thing I would do differently. I would like next time I would like get like some container and like sort all the screws just like by length, M3 and M2, so you don't have to search all the time for the screws in all the packages. That's kind of annoying. Okay. Let's get this installed. I mean, this is like a very crucial component. And then let's see what the manual says where to plug it in. I think it's like on top of the board. So we need to follow the purple trace. The purple trace is the first connector. So let's put in the first connector on top. Yeah, it wants to go in. Here we go. Let's put the final cable on top of the mess. And then we should very quickly find the cover. There. And you didn't see anything messy under there. I didn't see anything messy under there. So now it's gone. If it wants to close. Oh God. This is really too much cable? No, should be fine. Let me quickly try from the other side. And this one was supposed to be in there. Here we go. Okay. I mean, it's like a really clean cable job, right? This could be worse. Like, not quite right angle in many cases, as I like. Maybe we can like put this one below the USB-C. That would be like improvement. But besides, this is. But it's also like it's not a lot of cable, right? Like you don't have the end stops here populated. RGB. I mean, there's not much to be connected. I'm so here's the thing, like I'm kind of not planning the coming live streams that much. I'm more like, do I feel like working on it today? Yes, no, yes, okay, it's like, let's do it in half an hour. If I know that you want to have a little bit more planning, I can try to make that happen. But I cannot promise anything. Depends a little bit like on just like what's going on in my life, and for example today it's a little bit cold, otherwise I most likely would have been in the park. So it's a bit random. I'm really sorry. Like I'm just super eager to get that to work. I hope that we're pushing plastic today. I mean, we still have to set up everything, and it's the first time for me setting up Clipper. I'm doing my best. Let's put it like that. I'm doing my best. And given the wiring should be completely done now, so I guess we can start like setting up like a clipper and everything, right? Technically. Let me do a little bit of a cleanup again, just to kind of keep everything somewhat organized. And I think, yeah, like hardware-wise, we are done, right? Everything is plugged in minus the cable here, which I will leave disconnected for the first attempt. I'm not sure how tricky it will be like to set up Clipper. We should have profiles for everything. So I would assume it would be like kind of like smooth sailing. One second, let me quickly collect all there's something like cut cable ties and like stuff like that. It's like super messy. One second, that bothers me. And then I think like the next step would be to, which I could have done before because this will take like a second, right? Flash SD card with Clipper. Maybe we should have done that before. Okay, let's do it right now and hope that there's something else we need to do while this is then writing the SD card. Okay, I'm almost done. Like it was never so messy here as today. Okay. So here's the thing. I never ever set up Clipper. So I think I will use, I'm not even sure how to pronounce it, Kiao. Like it's a Clipper update helper thingy. Yeah, it should be easy to set up Clipper. Like I know that it's part of the LDO manual here as well. Okay, the result looks like this. We checked that. Yeah, umbilical cable we will leave disconnected for now. Yeah, and that's software setup. Okay, so we run Raspberry Pi Imager and that's all set up. Like I have my Raspberry Pi Imager set up. And we use Raspberry Pi OS Lite. Okay. Here we are in my beautiful Raspberry Pi Imager. So we use Raspberry Pi OS, other Raspberry Pi OS Lite 32-bit, and then we have a very beautiful SD card here. I set up everything with Wi-Fi, and that is all done. So I guess now we wait. I will skip the verification. So yeah, it's quite quick. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I expected it to take way longer, but this looks fine. Like it's also light Raspbian, so. Oh no, I crashed the chat. Oh shit! 1 second, I need to fix that. Yeah. If I move the chat window, it's the OBS chat window. If I move it in the wrong spot, then OBS wants to dock the window, and then recover, and then like the window capture what you see on stream is gone. Okay, so we do that. Insert the SD part, right? Oh, wait. Unless you want to see Raspberry Pi Imager finishing, but it's also already. Yeah, okay, let's verify it while we read. Then we remotely access that via SSH. Okay, fair. Cool. I will do like a 30-second bathroom break. I will be back in a second, and then we can insert SD card. Hopefully, everything will work and it just comes online, and then we can SSH into it. Okay, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Sorry, microphone was off. Well, recap what I said. Yes, it was a very fast flash. I'm very surprised. I wanted to verify that the Wi-Fi configuration is on the card, but it didn't have the WA supplicant file. Now it should be back on. Can you hear me again? I'm still? Okay. I assume now it's fine. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just to recap, like, I'm not 100% sure if the Wi-Fi configuration is on there, but the settings are set in the Raspberry Pi imager, so I assume it's okay. Now the part I was dreading the entire time. Yeah, chat is delayed. I'm most likely it's not that, like, I assume what you write, like, I see immediately, but the video is delayed. I assume that's the problem we are facing. And I'm not 100% sure if I can fix it. Like, I'm trying to have the low latency mode next time. Maybe I can even ask Steve whether he has any tips on that. Okay. It fell through. Yeah, let me do one more attempt, otherwise I unscrew the pie. This is where the DIN clips would have been like really, really helpful. I think I have it. No, okay, let me unscrew the pie. That is not going to work. Okay, let me charge my MacBook, because my MacBook is complaining about charge. I'm just not having enough power outlets here. Okay, now I'm also a bit concerned because like I filed off the tops of the screws, right? So if I fully get them out, maybe I'm not getting them in again. So let's try to... I mean, top ones I should get out completely. Okay, that's one. Two. So also give you a little bit better angle. Okay, let's see if we can just tilt that. Yeah, it's in. Okay, maybe do not follow the manual here. Just flash that before you install the Pi. That might make your life a bit easier. Okay, that's in. Tighten that one a bit. This one goes back in. Okay. That is safe and secure. I'm wondering whether I should like triple check everything. Just like to make sure that we don't have the polarity mixed up, because now technically we can turn it on, right? So it's ground to ground. This one doesn't have polarity. Not sure what was supposed to go here, but I wouldn't know what. Most like it's a hot end heater, which we have up there. Then on the picobellical, we have red, red, black, black, red, red, black, black. On the raspberry, we have black, black, red, red. So this is all nice and tidy. So let's wait. I'm trying to give you the full overview of all electronics. So if it's still off, I'm going to plug it in. Oh, that was the microphone. Let me get that over here. Oh, something flew on the floor. Let's give you also like proper lighting and get ready for maybe some smoke. Let's hope not, but here it goes. I'm seriously a little bit scared. I see one LED, I see two LED, and the Raspberry has a LED. Oh, by the way, that's cool. It flips, it orients itself. Oh, that's good to know. So I have a lot of LEDs. Very cool. Okay, so then I guess the no smoke. I'm very sorry. Let's see what's up here. in my fancy terminal. So technically it should come under Raspberry local. Let's give it a little bit more time. I can also quickly in parallel check if my router knows something. Let's see. Let me double check the host name. Raspberry Pi. Let me quickly check my router. But from my experience, like my router never shows like devices like that. It's it's a really shitty device. Connection status. Let's see if it has something. Otherwise, I would assume it didn't push the correct Wi-Fi settings on it. I have 125, 108. I mean, let's try Pi at 168, 108. No, and 125. Doesn't seem to work. Okay. Let me quickly see if I have the correct Wi-Fi password there. Oh, I don't think that was the correct Wi-Fi password. That doesn't look correct. Maybe it's encrypted what they show there, but like what the input shows is not my Wi-Fi password. Okay, let's oh, I don't want to get this SD card out. Yes, vanilla Raspbian, like the LDO kit. Like I'm just following the LDO manual. Yeah, let me see. Maybe it comes online. Like sometimes it takes a while. It's true. Let's prepare a second SD card in the background. Let me quickly grab a second SD card and then we can see. Okay. I have another one. Let's Raspberry Pi image of this. So yeah, they tell me to use the Raspberry Pi OS Lite 32-bit. That was luckily really, really fast, and so it's fast again. Although this SD card is a fair bit slower than the one that I have in there at the moment. Okay, let's just keep that in the background. I don't have monitor at hand here right now that I can hook up. Let's see if ARP finds anything. In 31, I know it's not. $67, it's not. 171. Also not. 74. 78. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it's almost 23%. I'll give it another minute, and then I pull out the SD card. Because technically we can also, I'm fairly certain, 1 second. I'm fairly certain that it didn't apply the Wi-Fi settings correctly. Because usually, like from my understanding, it should be like a WA supplicant file on the Raspberry, and that was not the case when I looked there. Let's see. I always forget this stuff. Exactly. Exactly. That was not there. Okay. I think it's faster if you pull out the SD card we have. It's not the latest Raspberry Pi imager. It had an update for me. It's 173. I'm not sure what the latest is. Let me quickly check. 175 would be the latest from last week. Yeah, let's see. Let's kill that. And let's pull out the Raspberry again. I regret not printing the DIN rails right now. Like, they would be so easy to like just unclip it. But I won't screw it back in right now. Like, I'll just leave it dangling there a bit. So we can do this. I really don't like. They could have like had a vertical slot on top or something. It would have been so much better in most like situations. Okay, let's cancel the Raspberry Pi imager write. Like, it's at 40%. It's incredible how slow this SD card is compared to the one I had in the Raspberry. Okay, let's plug that in. I'm not really prepared to let's just do it in terminal, right? We have, yeah, it's called bootfs for some reason, which is also a little bit, yes, confusing, because usually it always was called boot for me. Not sure why it's called bootfs. But let's just do touch SSH and nano WA supplicant conf. Let me quickly copy. Where did I now open? I'll quickly copy the content for that file. Here we go. Let's quickly do that. And let me quickly not show you my Wi-Fi credentials. One second, I have to quickly. And that should have been it. So we now have. Oh, I'm ingenious. I did it in my home directory. Oh, I'm still. God. Don't let me. I can terminal. Sometimes I can terminal. Success. We have SSH and WPA supplicant. Sometimes life is hard. Let's eject that. Oh, I have to go out of that here, otherwise I can't inject it. Okay, and it's gone. So, attempt number 2. That's okay. Fire that on again. Yeah, let me also give you like a view of the Raspberry. Yeah, you don't see the LED, it's like still too low, but amazing. So Raspberry Pi Imager did screw up. Yes, of course. I mean, I'm not sure if the... Oh, you don't even see the terminal. I'm so sorry. So it came online immediately. I quickly move you away so I can edit my known hosts. And quickly delete the old. Here we go. Now you're welcome back to my terminal. Oh yeah, of course it also, let me quickly do it. SSH copy ID. Wonderful. Yeah, that was not supposed to be there. Yeah. Huh. Why would it not be Raspberry? I mean, I told Raspberry Pi Imager to copy my SSH key. But given that it screwed up the Wi-Fi, yeah, password should be Raspberry. That's what I'm typing. I'm just not sure if the SSH here accepts passwords, because I configured Raspberry Pi Imager to copy my public key. Exactly. Like looking at Raspberry Pi Imager, I configured it to say allow public key authentication only. And for some reason, it asks me for a password. So that doesn't work at all. Yeah, it's not supposed to ask me for a password. Okay, then we have to refresh. Yeah, then we have to refresh. That's the only way. That sucks. Kind of getting thrown in a loop by Raspberry Pi Imager. It's like, it's the first time that I have so many problems with it. Let me quickly copy the. Let me quickly see the SD card is not there yet. Let me quickly copy the WPA supplicant conf, and you can just copy that back. Why? Sometimes this like card reader on the MacBook, like it just doesn't want to read the cards. It's super annoying. Now here we go. WP. Oh, it removes it. Yeah, of course. Okay, then let's go straight to Raspberry Pi Imager, and let's set hostname, username, Raspberry. Wi-Fi we have to do manually again anyways. Let's compute again. That's the fast card, so this should be like quick. And then let me quickly prepare the WPA supplicant conf in the background. We don't have to do that again. How's it doing? Almost. No need to verify. Okay. Let's get it back in, because I do not trust a Raspberry Pi imager to set up the Wi-Fi. So let's quickly do that manually. Let me quickly copy the WPA supplicant. What's the problem now? 1 second. It doesn't let me save. Oh, I was in the wrong directory again. Okay. And let's also do the SSH quickly. Okay, so basically I added the you think like the SSH without the Pi? Sorry, I just saw your chat message. Maybe, maybe without the Pi. I'm not 100% sure, but like now we have it with password and username. Let's see. It's ejected. Let's put it back in. And let's hope it comes back online right away. Okay. That's like, wouldn't have guessed I'm failing at setting up a Raspberry. Last time it was way quicker. Well, okay. Let's give it another minute. Otherwise, I pull it out again. And then let's move the WPA supplicant conf again. Check that I didn't screw up there. No, should be correct. Ah, here we are. Perfect. Ah, okay. 1 second. Let me. Removed it from known hosts again. Let's see now. Yes. Yay. A for effort, I guess. Oh my god. That was don't trust Raspberry Pi imager. Lesson learned. Okay. Where are we? LDO. Here we are. We did that. Remote access. Yeah, we did that. Clipper. Yeah, follow the instructions. It's like a very stupid name. Like I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Kiao. Did that. We did that. Let's do some more terminal. I'm just copying the commands in the background that we need next. That seems to be rather straightforward. Perform action. Find yourself in the main menu. You will see several actions to choose from depending. Okay, let's see what we want to do. Lock install. We want to install something. We want to, I guess, Clipper. Can I do multiple? Yeah, definitely 3. Please select the number of clip instances to set up. The number of clip instances will be determined the amount of printers you can run from this host. 1. We need 1. I have no clue. Sorry, let me clear it. Yes, while this is installing, let's quickly find the config that should be in the LDO docs. I don't know about mainsail fluid. I think mainsail has more features. So I will go with mainsail for now. So I think I follow your recommendation. Let's see. Yes, we need to flash the firmware to the pick umbilical. And escape. So we need to flash that. And then we have pre-made configuration files here. Let's quickly close the things we don't need anymore. Yeah, printer config here. So that's rather straightforward. And I assume this should be rather complete. I assume. Okay, let's see what our terminal is doing. That is doing stuff. And that is doing stuff. Let's see how long it's doing stuff. I think I can actually get my music back. Yeah, the LDO documentation is really great so far. The only thing that's a bit badly documented. Oh, here we go. The only thing that was a bit badly documented was the Kirigami bed, because there it's like 0 documentation whatsoever. Like there's a video from Maple Leaf Makers, I think, but that's like for the old 0.1, and for 0.2 all the parts changed, so that was not super helpful. But I saw that in the Voron Discord, somebody was like building like Voron style manual for the Kirigami bed. So hopefully this is like fixed soon. Because like for me it was like I have parts, but they look different than the parts in the video, and it's kind of like tricky to put those things together. Basically, I mean it's not super complicated because it's just like 5 parts basically, but it still would be nice to have like just a documentation documentation like what they had like for the wiring, you know, like just with pictures. That would have been very helpful. I mean, I saw now, actually, like maybe I'm lying, like there's somewhere is a link. I'm not sure if I find it again. Somewhere was a link to like a Kirigami bed manual, which was now here in the... Yeah, here. Follow this guide. And that was like, I think kind of what I needed. Like it shows this at least, it shows that. It doesn't show the cable, how the cable chain mount is mounted. And that was like kind of what tripped me. Exactly, they show the old part. This is like the 0.1 version. It's not the 0.2 that has different parts, because the cable chain goes in the opposite direction basically on 0.2. On 0.2 it's going inwards, and on 0.1 going outwards. Here's something. Yes, I have no clue. Do that. Okay, so we installed Clipper. Then I guess we need Moonraker. And then I follow Renovic's recommendation and try Mainsail. I most likely end up having both installed and just like see what I like most. I'm also interested to see if I can have Octoprint, Fluid, and Mainsail all on the same host. That would be like ideal for me, so I can test my Octo app. I hope to work on Clipper support soon. And it would be really cool to have like a printer that just has it, like has all of the systems I support. Oh, you're doing the formbot, like the 0.1 or 0.2 formbot kit? Because I was also looking at the formbot kit. It's just like for me, the LDO kit was actually the same price as the formbot kit after like taxes and import duties and everything. Yeah, there's an app, but I have my own app, so I want my app. Mobile Rack, I actually don't know that. I need to check it out. Like, I mean, I'm making Octo app for Octoprint. And yeah, I hope to bring that over to Clipper as well soon. Mainsail. I'm not sure if we need to reboot or something after everything's installed, but I guess not. Yes, of course, we download recommended macros. And that should be it, I guess. We have one Moonraker installed, we have Mainsail installed, we have Clipper installed. That should be all we need, right? Then let's see. Now I have to scroll it back down. Need to install Clipper firmware onto the SKR Pico mainboard and the Pico Bilical. Instructions on the to install Clipper firmware to the SKR Pico. Let's actually unplug the Pico Bilical for now, that we can't mix them up. Let's run this already. So just like copy the sudo apt install. Well, if somebody would send me LDO kit for free, I wouldn't turn them down either. I think I can just like, I guess I can just unplug it, right? Technically, like, should be. On its USB. Oh my god, this is like a very, very strong connection. Okay, okay, it's unplugged. Ugh. Okay, so now we only have the SKR Pico plugged in. We shouldn't mix those up. Let's see, can I switch? Yeah, I can. Okay, so we did sudo apt make install, then we say clipper, and then we say make menu config. Okay, then in the configurator, enable extra low level configuration options. Then ensure that the microcontroller SKR Pico, yeah, that's correct. USB IDs, and architecture is Raspberry Pi 2040. And then we have W25Q flash chip. It looks a little bit different now for me. We in the documentation it doesn't have that bootloader offset. Oh shit. Oh. Well, the macro to switch my OBS scenes is the same as to kill the terminal command. Speed Demon, that sounds also interesting. Like mine will stay relatively stock for now, I think. Okay, I now need to pay attention that I don't use my shortcuts and kill the terminal command again. So it's W25Q80. And you don't see what I'm doing. Let me just park it here for a second. And so there's like one. The bootloader offset is not in documentation, so I just don't touch it. Communication interface should be USB. And then we say USB IDs. Once the configuration is selected, press Q to exit and yes. Okay. Q to exit and yes. Okay, what did that do now? Now we do make, okay. So now we do make clean and make. Okay, so it's compiling, okay, I understand. So it says the make command, when completed, creates a firmware file called clipper uf2 and can be located in the directory clipper out on the Raspberry Pi. Okay. Okay. Install the jumper for USB power, which the docs told us not to set. This enables the Pico to be powered over USB and will be removed after flashing. Only use this if you don't have it connected to 24 at the moment. We do have it connected to 24, so we don't touch that. Install the jumper on the boot pins. So we need to put that jumper. Now you can flash SKR Pico a couple of different ways. Via PC or the Raspberry Pi. We will recover both. We do the Raspberry Pi method, of course. With the Pico plugged into the USB-C and the boot jumper installed, press the reset button. Okay. Then we mount it. Okay. The build is done. So let's quickly check that we have out Clipper UF2. We have that. Okay, so that looks good. Then we have a jumper to set. We have a jumper to set. Which goes here. And then with the Pico plugged into via USB-C, that's done. And the boot jumper installed, press the reset button. Done. Okay, then we need to mount it. I'm missing the entire conversation here. Yeah, like his build's super crazy. I saw the video from yesterday or something, which was quite crazy. Like also his mods look really cool. Like I like the modified skirt he has. I like the modified skirt, which like with the wider feet, that looks actually super cool. Like it's kind of pointless if you don't like plan on like speed printing, but it definitely looks cool. What I found really interesting, he mentioned this other channel, Eddie the Engineer, and I watched a video today, which Eddie the Engineer like posted like a couple of days ago, where he explains basically like the how steppers react to voltage and amperage, which was super interesting. Okay, we need to copy. Oh, we did copy. And then we say unmount. Okay, so it's unmounted. Remove the jumpers that we installed earlier and reset SKR Pico. Run this command to receive the USB ID from the SKR Pico. Okay. So we remove the jumper. Jumper is removed. Oh, you don't see it properly. Sorry. Jumper is removed. And we reset, remove the jumpers and reset. Reset is done. Okay, so we did that. Run this command to get the USB ID. There's one USB ID. Perfect. Then, if it has been flashed, we find that. We did. The USB ID will be different, but it should start with USB Clipper. Yes, it does. If the Pico is not powered with 12 to 24 volt, Clipper will be unable to communicate with the TMC drivers via UART, and the Pico will automatically shut down. Okay. So now we flash Clipper. That's it. That's it, I guess. Then follow instructions here to install Clipper on the Pico Billicle. Yeah, the mesh packing video is also very interesting. I saw that. I saw those mesh packings with Steve already, so I knew they existed, but I was kind of like too lazy to figure out how to do it. And then I printed them like end of last week, and now I just saw the video today, and it's like super easy. And it's like, should have done it. Can I think I can just unplug the. I'm waiting now like a minute for a response, but like I can unplug that basically now, right? Like I can just plug in the umbilical and unplug. So let me just plug in the umbilical. But this one I can now just Unplug, right? Like nothing will explode if I just unplug that now. Because then I don't have to... There might be a YouTube setting to minimize the chat delay. Let me check. I can... No, I have it off. Ah, no, wait, that's that. I'm not seeing it. Well, there's the latency setting for the stream, which I've set to normal at the moment. And that's what I wanted to check, like, for next stream that I use the low latency. But I can now unplug that, right? I mean, I assume yes. Let me just unplug that. Oh man. Those USB-C are super tight. Okay, that's unplugged. Yeah, it would help. Like if the delay would be lower, it would help. I'm pretty sure you can do something. I'm just not sure what it is. I'm pretty sure that like that low latency stream setting would help. So next time I'll do that. Like I'm still learning how that stuff works. Where was it now? Wait, let me quickly follow that exact link. And it's the same firmware, right? Like we don't have to recompile the firmware because it's the exact same chip. Okay, there are two methods. You have to bootloader mode and clip or make flash. I'm not sure if there's any preference. If your frame PCB has no clip, this is the most straightforward way to upload. I mean, we can check the LS. Oh wait, you're looking at something completely. So if I now run the ls def 0 by, I get an error that I can't access it. So it seems like that my frame PCB does not come with Clipper pre-installed. That's how I interpret it. So then it's the UF2 bootloader mode. Make sure the USB power pins are shorted with a jumper on the frame PCB. This allows the MCU on this PCB to be powered from the USB port. Connect the frame PCB to any computer via USB port. Oh. Well, I can connect it to a computer. I just need a USB-C cable, which I don't have at hand. Let me quickly grab like a USB-C cable and I can just connect it to the MacBook here. 1 second. Okay, so let's unplug the USB-C here. Let's plug in my cable. Okay, so this is just plugged in. Now figure out. Like I have 3 USB ports on my MacBook, and it's like always I would need 5. Then let's just make a new. Yep. So we connected that. Then I have to shut down everything else, I assume. Let me flip the switch. And then we have to set the jumper. Let me quickly also like mount the Pi again properly. Because that is now up and running, so we won't have to undo that again. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Yeah, that should be fine. Then let's just pull the plug here. And then we have to figure out where that jumper cable is supposed to go. The jumper. USB power pins are shorted with the jumper. Which one could that be? No, it must be this one because it's the only jumper that's empty. Let me quickly check on the documentation. Is there anything said about the yeah, here. The 2-pin header is circled in red. It should not be populated with jumper unless you need to flash the board. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. That is exactly what we need. Okay. Let me quickly unplug the USB cable on the computer end. And then I'll just try to, oh God. Okay, the jumper is set. I'm not sure if you can see that, but there it's set. Then let's plug in. Yeah, turned on. And I have something trying to connect to my computer. Let's see if something happens. Simultaneously press down boot cell and reset button. These are the two on top, I assume. So it's like those two. Yeah, boot cell is outside and then reset is inside. So basically I press both and then I release the one on the outside. I release the one on the inside first. So let me press both and then the one on the inside first and then the outside. Yeah, see, now I have a allow accessory to connect. Let's see if that now mounts the drive. Yes, I have a, let me, Screen Share Pro, I have a drive. That means now, oh shit, we need the, we need the file from the Raspberry. Ugh. We need the file from the Raspberry. Let me quickly do the following. Let me just cut it from power here. I'm just like unscrewing those two here. And let's make sure this is not a smoke situation. Don't do that at home. But then this is like unplugged. Then this is completely isolated electrically, I hope. Oh, but then the Raspberry also does. Ah, shit, this doesn't work. Well. I guess, I'm not sure if I can turn it on with the USB connected. Let me disconnect the USB again. And then turn on everything. Oh, I'm missing something essential here. Here we go. So I have to copy the file from the Raspberry. Lesson learned. Let's quickly wait for the Raspberry to come online. And then it's SCP. And this should be clipper out clipper.uf2. Here we go. Yeah, let me quickly try if I can just do that. So we reset that. And see if that. Oh, I disconnected USB. Yeah, let's turn everything off again. I just really don't want to risk like creating some like weird power situation with the MacBook being connected halfway or something. So let me do a reset. And see if it comes online. Yeah, here we have it. Okay. Then the instructions tell us on your computer, the frame should now, yep, it does. Copy the Clipper UF2 firmware into the removable drive. Let's do that. We did that. The removable drive will shortly disappear thereafter, indicating that the firmware was successfully uploaded to the microcontroller. Oh, it did. Remove the USB power jumper. It interfered with normal operation. Okay, so then I unplug the USB on this end. I unplug it here. I remove this jumper. And we plug in this very... Yeah, wait, I need both hands for that. Here we go. We plug in the USB again. Okay, so then let's turn everything back on. And then we are done with this page, I think. Let's go back. With the clipper firmware installed on both PCBs, we next need to determine their MCU path. Unplug the USB-C connector on the pickability. Amazing. How nice that I just plugged it in. Okay, let's unplug it. It's unplugged. And then we do LF serial. Oh, where are we? Here we are. We need to SSH in. Oh wait, you don't see. Here we are. So you do this, no such file directory. Oh, because both are unplugged. Okay, I plugged in the SKR Pico. Now we have one. So this one is the SKR Pico. Copy it for later use. Okay, I will just copy that on the sides. Plug the USB cable back into the pickability and unplug the SKR Pico. Okay, let's do that. I unplug the SKR Pico and I plug the pickability back in. That's done. Then we run this again. Verify, yeah, it's different. It's like 2937. Okay, and this one is the pickability. Okay, so we have two IDs. Plug the USB cable back. Yes. Let's do that. Make sure you have both MCU paths showing up. Let's do that. Yes, we have two. Perfect. Then clip configuration. Enter your... Wait, this is exactly what we need. Raspberry Pi.local. Wow. We have something. Pre-made configuration files, which is exactly this tab. Download all the configuration files. All one. Gonna raw. Save. Okay, whatever. Save as. Save. It has a txt ending. Okay, we need to fix that, but in mainsay, go to machine, wrench icon, machine. That's my first time like working with main cell, so both open fields allow to upload. Okay, edit the printer config file under MCU section. Okay, I mean, we only have a printer config file, so it will overwrite that most likely. One second, let me rename that to not have to. Upload successfully. Yeah, now it's way bigger. Then let's do main sale for now. Technically, I can do both, I guess, but I mean, I have no clue, so let's do one. Here. Under MCU section, replace with your serial with the SKR Pico. Okay. MCU. Replace with your serial D. Let me grab that. This one is the SKR Pico. And then this one is the umbilical. Under MCU with the picobellic MCU path. Do not mix them up. Doing so can cause, yeah. With all configuration files in place, you should now be able to use Fluid Mainset to perform basic controls of the 3D printer. Well, that means we can do something. Let's see. Let me quickly put this in an operation orientation. Let me also get rid of this random USB-C cable here. Oh, sorry, Ballistic Tech. I didn't see your message. No, you cannot flash it from the Raspberry seemingly. So you have to copy it. It's the same microcontroller, right? Like both have the Raspberry 2040, so you don't have to compile Clipper twice. But the Clipper UFP, you need to copy that from the Raspberry to your local machine, which I did with this command. One second. Here, secure copy. So it's like you give it the host, which is like Raspberry Pi local for me, and then that's the path of the source file, which is clipper/out clipper UF2, and then this is your local on your local machine, the path where you want it, and then we'll just copy that file for you, and then you just follow the instructions. What I did basically to mount the PCB as a removable USB drive on your PC, and then you just copy the file from your downloads folder, wherever you stored it, to there. But yeah, you can't flash it from the Raspberry, which is a bit sad. But yeah, it is what it is. Yes, startup guide. So what we don't have yet is we don't have this cable connected here yet, which the menu at some point said is okay. I think that's not the worst part to not have that plugged in at all for now. So let's see. I guess we can save and restart first, right? Something happens. Shutdown. Okay. ADC out of range. This generally occurs when heater temperature exceeds. I assume that's exactly this. Okay, let's plug that in. The manual also said to not do that while being connected to power. Let me quickly. Okay, whatever. I just kill it. Then let me grab the magic cable. Basically, this goes in here. Maybe. Here we go. Yeah, it's plugged in. And then it goes to the tool head. And oh god, that's a bit weird. Disorientation. Like the cable has the exact opposite opposite turn of what it would need to have. Okay, let's see. Yes, at this point, the front is more interesting. Then we make triple sure the bed is like super low, so we don't crash the nozzle when we home. That's pretty much as low as it goes. That just happened. Yay. Sorry, like if I'm in Chrome, like I don't see the chat window because I only have one screen. Yeah, that's the temperature shutdown. Yeah, wait. Here we are. We have something. I have some temperatures. Okay, let's quickly follow the initial setup guide. Let me quickly close all the windows we don't need anymore. Don't need that. Okay. Anytime movement needs to be made, those will happen in the control tab. Yeah, don't need to. Temperature we verified just now, so this looks handy dandy. Verify heaters. Okay, let's quickly verify the heaters. I can figure that out. Let's set it to 35. Yeah, that looks good. So it comes up. Set that to maybe 30 because it takes a bit longer for the bed, I guess. It doesn't set it. Does it need more? Like it's doing stuff down here, but it's not updating it here. Oh. Something is not super responsive. Here we go. Okay. Well, not the best initial impression of main cell. Let's see. It's going up. That's going up as well. So that also looks fine. I mean, I'm not feeling anything, of course, but temperature rises, so that's a success. Stepper motor check. Stepper bus. Okay, let's do that. Let's turn it off again. Stepper X. Something's moving. It's moving. Let's do Z. That also looks good. Yeah, look, it looks weird. Like, I think I just lost the connection. Like my Wi-Fi is a bit weird sometimes. I know that. And I've seen stuff like that happen before with Octoprint as well. Sometimes it's just weird. Okay. Extruder will be tested later. That's it. Yeah, we have moving steppers in all directions, so that's all fine. And stop check. If you're building the build, should follow this guide for setting sentences homing and stop before continuing. Okay. I assume this is done for us. Let's quickly check in the configuration that this is set. But I would assume that's part of the printer config. Can I search here? Well, it's set to TMC, Sepper, X virtual and stop. Yeah, that looks like. I mean, I assume that is done. Yeah, it's exactly like this virtual stepper and stop. So I would assume we did that. Not XYZ end stops are being pressed, then send query end stop. Let's send query end stop. All are open. Okay. Then none say triggered, so that's fine. Next, when you press the end stop, exactly, let's do that. So I press the Z end stop, and Z is not triggered, so that works. That is good. XY homing check. Important, you need to be able to quickly stop the printer in case something goes wrong. Yes, we have the e-stop button. Okay, let's home. Can we home one? Home. I can home all, but I don't really want to home all at once. X. Well, G28 X. Let's see. We have the emergency stop. Yes, I will enclose it. That's like as soon as like it's kind of like doing something. Oh no, you missed it. I'm so sorry. But yeah, you see like the it moved. So this is X, G28Y. That also did things. Nope, G28. I'm homing Z. Well, it's plenty short. It says now Z20. Let me just move Z to 0. And that is why I moved the bed to the absolute lowest position. Yes, I did now with the G28 command. But I'm pretty sure there's a setting somewhere. But yeah, this is like, I'm not sure. It's like basically almost like printing distance. But this is like almost as low as the bed goes. So let me just like get it down a little bit lower. That is not fun. Let me quickly, can I see that here? Control, style, cross. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good, cool. Let's go to quickly to the guide. It moved in the right direction, right? So if I move X, it moves backwards. It moves to the right, and Y moves backwards. So according to the startup guide, this is perfect. X, Y. So we have all set up. Bed locating. The print bed location of the V2 is much more adjustable. The physical location of the Z ansop print bed need to be finalized. The Z ansop should be located to be in line with the nozzle when the tool head is at max Y position. Maximum Y. Okay, so we did home that. So we move to Y120. Which like physically, like I moved it now back and now it physically like touched it, which I think is fine. But it's like at max. Okay. Then wait, ooh, clicked the wrong button. Let's close this one, we don't need it. I don't quite understand what I'm saying here. The Z ansop should be located to be in line with the nozzle when the tool head is at max Y position. Yes, we did that. Home X and Y, and towards just X to locate a Z end stop position at the maximum Y travel that will still trigger the end stop. I don't understand it. Once the Z end stop is fixed into position, the base plate should be adjusted so that the Z end stop pin is approximately 2 to 3 from the main base plate. I'm looking at the complete. I don't know what I'm doing. Yes, it's for 2.4. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing here right now. I was just like the first one is the 0, but no, it's not. Rerunning G28. Okay. Let's just home everything. Oh. Well, one of the motor didn't stop. I don't know which one. Let's quickly restart. Let me just move them. Not sure what happened now. Oh, I know what happened. I tightened the bed and the screws touched the deck panel. So the Z end stop didn't trigger. So the screws are too long. Or like my bed now. Too low, but that shouldn't be quite possible what I just did. Let me just Oh, yeah, I need to screw it up a bit. So I need to swap out the screws there with something shorter. Because that is not nice. Okay, let's quickly restore it. But it's like, it's very quiet. Like it's not very loud so far, like from fans and everything. Let's quickly home individual. So this is X, Y, and let's home Z. Yeah. So now basically the screws were like a millimeter off the base plate, so they are just like too long. I tightened them because basically my train of thought was basically, if it moves like 120 millimeters up, I don't want to hit the nozzle, so I wanted to have the bed as low as possible. So then I can adjust the bed basically based on that. Yeah, exactly. So that the nozzle doesn't crash in, which is fine unless the screws are too long. Then you have a problem. So let's move that to, let's do 5. Okay, that should be. Okay, I guess we can. Yeah, we can do it to 1. Ah, now it touched. Now it touches. So that does not work. So we have a problem here. So basically, I need to tighten the bed that much because otherwise, like I'm not I don't have enough distance. But then the problem is like if I do that, then the screws are like standing out too much. So basically, the screws hit the base, and then like the Z end stop doesn't trigger. That means we have to do some hardware tweaking. But just as a heads up, I would stop in like 15 minutes because I have to do some preparation for tomorrow as well. So let's just quickly move that down a notch. And then I guess we just like unscrew that. Okay. So these are 40 screws. So given the distance, there was like at the bottom, I would, yeah, maybe 30 should be okay. Maybe 30 should be okay. I can also move the end stop up slightly. That is totally true. Oh no, I can't, because the end stop, it sits below the linear rail, so you can't adjust the end stop position. Like it physically can't go up because of the linear rail. It's below the linear rail. So this is the only way. The problem is, I mean, now I'm really happy we used the lock nuts here and didn't glue that as supposed as what the manual said. Because if we would have glued that, well, tough luck. Just a heads up, I'm using this electric drill thingy. Messes up the audio a bit if I'm then talking. I'm grabbing the screw. Okay, let's go. Okay, so what do we have here? That's like, I mean, it's super long, but that was what the manual called for. Let's see, maybe 30 might be a bit. No, that definitely looks good. Next to 30. That should solve our problem for sure. So let's go with 30. And then that goes back on. Okay. Then we have a washer. Then we have a spring. And we just, yeah, exactly. If I now press it down a bit, like I just get the top of the screw. So that's perfect. Let's do that twice more. Quickly. Yes. Oh. I have to disengage the motors. Okay. Okay. Nope. Out with this one. In with that one. Okay. Then we put on a washer. Go on. And a spring. And the last one. Perfect. So we have a washer. Oh, come on. We have a washer and we have a spring. No, we lost it on the other side. Shit. I mean, it's now quite short in this base position. Let's be more careful. Okay, let's lock it in. So that's 1, 2. Yep. This one is not in. Ah, it is no. Okay. Let's just tighten it. Tighten that. And let's tighten it. That is now all fairly compressed. Let me do this a bit more. Okay. Let's try this again. I wonder why the LED is now off though. Maybe because the... No, it's not linked with the... I'm not quite sure what the status here is. Let's home that. Yeah, no, it's now very nice now. Like there's barely any screw sticking out. So that's perfect. Let's move that back up to 5. I feel like now the bed is also sitting lower. Yeah, perfect. Ah, now basically I put it to 0 and you heard on the back like it contacted the end thingies. So I mean now maybe the screw is too short. Okay, let me move that to 0 and then let's just properly. Ah, now it's doing it again. Here, it's doing it, but it's not doing it. Yeah, now it's like loading for a second. Yeah, XY sensorless since 0.2. 0.1 still has sensors. 0.2 is the first one to not have sensors. Yeah, it's like, it's offline. Oh, shit. One of them Yeah, I'm a genius. This one doesn't have a lock nut now. I forgot the lock nut. Oh god. Ah. Ah. It seemingly worked without. I have to. Let's see. I can get this out here. Let's make sure we put the lock nut on. Let's disengage the motors again. We can move this forward. Then let me grab that with the pliers. Okay. Then we have a washer. Then we have a spring. And now we put it in. Let's put in the thumb through in the front. And let's move this down. And then let's do X. That's home. Here we go. Then let's move Y forward. Oh. And then like not toss the camera. It's really hard to turn those thumb nuts. Do I have a piece? Yeah. Let's do the OG. Oh, it's already kind of. Yeah, that's okay. Then let's do X0. Y, let's do 115. Yeah, this is way up. Okay, and then let's do X 115 and home the other. Okay. Then I guess we now have a somewhat level bed. Oh no, it contacted. Wait, why 60? Okay, let's move it back up. Yes, plenty above the nozzle. Why, if once I moved it, it contacted here, which is a bit weird. Oh wait, it's at 1. No, it's at 0. I had it at Z1. Let's do that again. Yeah, now it's a bit too low here. It's really hard to turn that. Let's get a piece of paper. Anyways, I like that it's like hard to turn. It means like it won't lose level once I have it set, but right. Am I turning the right direction? Yeah, I do. Okay. Now it has. Let's do 150 0. Let's see if we get like a. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now it should be fine. Yeah. Cool. Then I think we have a somewhat, like, it's not perfect, but it's like a level-ish bad. Level-ish. Okay. Yes, I do. The kit comes with the 0.6, which I didn't know until like I saw a review of like Greg's Maker Corner, and it was like in his kit as well. I was like super surprised. I didn't expect it. I thought it was only the 0.4. And I had it on my shopping list basically already. So yeah, I'm really happy. Like I'll use the 0.6 a lot. I actually had the 0.5 on my Ender the entire time. And now I switched back to 0.4 for the Voron parts. But yeah, like even 0.5 makes a huge difference. I don't really want to use 0.4 to be honest. And yes, it's like if your Ender bed is 10 times less level than that, mine is at least like 100 times less level. Like I can tell you that. I have dead zones on my bed I can't print on because it's like that warped. Like not with the glass plates. I didn't use the glass plate before. But like on the bare aluminum build plate of the Ender, like it's impossible to print for me outside of like a like Voron 0 sized area in the center. The rest is just gone. Okay, guys, it's late here. You see the sun is fading. I still have to get prepared for tomorrow for work. So I'll call it for now, which kind of sucks because I really wanted to like print something. But yeah, I'm streaming now since like 5 hours 20. Yeah, I mean like, it's moving, so it's like it's cool. It's moving. Yeah, exactly. For 0 and 0.1, you have to adjust it. For 0.2, Z apps located at the bottom of the machine. After holding Z, you can use the Z and stop calibrate command. Oh, we maybe should have read here, but at least the bed is level. Yeah, but basically that's what we did, right? Piece of paper. Yeah. So I guess the to-do list would be check the documentation on like what we need to do with the bed exactly. But I mean, like now it's fine. Like there's no screw at all sticking out now. Like there's, I mean, it's not like that they're not having any grip. Like it's level basically now with the, which is good. So now it's like there's in, but I think it's fine. Like maybe I should have used like 35s instead of 30s. Here it's like really, yeah, I guess it should be fine. Maybe I swap them out for 35s. But I'm basically the I don't know what this is. I think this is 40. Well, yeah, 40. So the 40s are definitely too long for the Kirigami bed. So I think 35 or 30. Let's see. But yeah, it's quick to change. Like it's not terrible. Yes. Let's then call it a day. So basically to do this is like go through the rest of the menu. We also have to verify the extruder works and everything. But the next time it's plastic o'clock for sure. But I'm already really happy that it works. Like it moves. We didn't screw up any wiring things. It didn't explode. I called it a success. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for being here. I'll try to announce the stream earlier, like maybe tomorrow evening. So not as early as today because tomorrow I have to work. But maybe like tomorrow. So right now it's like 9:40 my time. So maybe tomorrow around 6 or something. I need to check if I can do tomorrow or Wednesday. One of the 2 days. So I'll try to announce like plenty early. So yeah. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Have a nice evening and see you next time. Bye.